Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader live in studio with our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart, Shy Girl, and out there in Charleston, remote, not in studio, our boy Jimmy Cagnina, our senior market strategist. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, chat, as well. Thank you for tuning in this early Monday morning. So, last night, I put a tweet out. I said, in my 25 plus years of doing this, there's very rare occurrences where I look at a tape and go, I wouldn't touch this. And when I saw that Sunday night open, I have to say I was a little bit surprised because, and it takes a lot to surprise me in these markets, I'll be honest with you. But I looked at it and I was like, okay, we're gapping down again. This market is desperate for a headline. I mean, it's just it just is. Even some of the things you put out, Shy, like about India and other things were happening, was like some positive news towards tariffs, but really just not enough out there. President Trump has stayed so committed to this, and it's got to sting. He's probably going, this better be right to everybody, because this has got to burn him a little bit. But getting back to the tape, and in one stick, we could have been limit down or 200 higher. Unfortunately, more traders you'll see blow out in this type of a market on a Sunday night where there's, let's face it, it's always going to be thinner. And people go, oh, yeah, there's less liquidity. Well, who wants to make a market? I mean, even if you have a price area that you really, really like and it goes limit down, I mean, obviously you could have your stop in front of the limit, but it just is like, let the dust settle a little bit. And that's the point I was trying to make. I feel that the dust has really settled from overnight. You see that the tape is tightened up again. This morning I put out a note saying, is this a tradable low? And I think it is. I think the most interesting thing about this, and I was talking with Pax last night before he went on, I saw that he actually did his spaces last night, which he'll be on with us this morning, by the way. The most interesting thing is that we've been down, he wrote down 16.33% or whatever it is in the last few sessions that were down in ES, NASDAQ's more. No limit downs.
Crazy, right?
I mean, it seems crazy to me that like last night, I'm like, well, if it doesn't happen now, I don't know what to say. I mean, Jimmy, you've been at this a long time. You ever see a tape get as wild as it is? You see an S&P down as much as it has been, but no limits hit?
Yeah, no, I mean, the order book was almost empty after the initial couple of minutes on the open. It was crazy. I don't remember seeing that. And the danger there was, if you thought, oh, well, the bottom is in, I'm gonna get long right now and hold it overnight. Well, you could easily have gotten to that limit, that 7% limit down circuit breaker, and been in big trouble. It didn't happen, but still, it was surprising in how light the order book was.
It felt flash crashy. You know what I mean? Right? I mean, not. Yeah. I mean, I traded that day, unfortunately. Well, fortunately, I made money that day, but it wasn't the most pleasurable day. But it just felt just super thin, and I'm like, man, it's just. Yeah, I was looking at the prices flicker. I'm going, listen, I'm going to go watch White Lotus. I ended up not being able to see it because my brother's flight got canceled, and the kids, I had them here all week last week. They came back. We had pizza. It still was a good night, but nonetheless, and a couple of things that stood out to me. The bond market, Shy. I find this pretty incredible. Like, I immediately go to the bond market, where I think is a much better trade. When equities get super busy, I like the bond market a lot, or even the metals market as trades, because they're busy, but they're not going to move like the NASDAQ or S&P. And sometimes there's some really good opportunities there. But the bond market it could be like a normal day.
10-year yields are back almost at 4%, which is higher than they were on Friday's close, with the market doing what it's doing. Now, I think there are several reasons for this. I want to call this market crash. However you want to define this market move. We have rising inflation fears, and that's affecting the bond market more than anything, because investors might demand higher yields on treasuries to compensate for sort of that eroding purchasing power of future payments. We have policy uncertainty, so obviously actions like new tariffs spark that uncertainty, and so we could see the supply of treasuries actually increase And more supply without matching demand can lower bond prices and raise yields again, even as stocks tank. And then even in a crash, yields could drop as investors flock to treasuries if confidence in the U.S. economy or government credit weakens, which we are seeing this broadly across other countries. We have a confidence problem not only globally, but we have a confidence problem. If you look at all the consumer confidence, new business confidence, we have a confidence problem in general, even within the country. So we could see investors selling treasuries, thus driving down prices and yields higher. So, and then the other thing is the Federal Reserve. So last week we had Powell speak, right? And quite frankly, he was pretty hawkish. He didn't signal that he was going to cut interest rates. In fact, he was outright asked by one of the reporters there, are you going to cut rates because of what the market's doing? And he's like, I don't see that happening yet. And so he was very hawkish. So this is also, affecting yields.
And he was hawkish relative to what sentiment is, right?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That's the key, right? You're not getting Powell out there saying, we're aggressively, looking to cut rates, but he's not being hawkish in the sense of raising rates.
Right, exactly. And, the problem is that we still have a pretty resilient labor market, right? You saw the numbers on Friday. Non-farm came in well above expectations. And that's their main focus. And then inflation, price stability is their main focus. And so he has said, we're worried about inflation with these tariffs. And so they're kind of stuck right now, but focused on their dual mandate, which is the labor market and price stability.
Yep. Jimmy, you're a bond guy going back. Talk to us about what you're seeing in the bond market.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and Tracy just nailed it. I mean, the 10-year, if last night I saw this huge spike up in the 10-year, and I thought, uh-oh, here we go. I think the 10-year yield was as low as 3.84 during that spike last night. And it was a moment when I was like, wow, this might keep going. And this is a classic, flight to safety kind of trade. But then later on the night, we kind of broke all the way back down, and magically, we're at that 4%. We're at the 4% yield now for the 10-year. So that long end of the curve kind of, it had a knee-jerk reaction, but settled back down to kind of an expectation level at that 4% that I think the market, at least for now, is happy with. So when I saw that move come all the way back down, I was like, all right, so maybe there's going to be some movement in the equity markets because of that, right? Because of that backing off. And when I read your tweet about the tradable low, I'm like, this is all starting to make sense now because it's tied in nicely with the longer end of the yield curve.
Yeah, I mean, that's, to me, this is so orderly, but also
disorderly.
It's the weirdest thing. It's like you think back to all the different times. I mean, all of us have seen. I go back to late '90s when I started the bubble. The dot-com bubble. Then you have 9/11. You had, gosh, I mean, how many different things? 2008. Right? COVID. I mean, all were just so much more pinned on an overall crumbling environment. This is all pinned to like what President Trump is doing. It's like it's something that this is really all lies with him. He could almost change this at any point in time versus the other things weren't things you could change at any point in time. That's the biggest difference, right?
Right.
Like those were major world events. This has become like one, but it's just one person really kind of dictating how it's happening.
And you're seeing some, some big billionaire hedge fund managers on Twitter starting to get a little irritated.
Yeah.
You had, Ackman said we should just leave them at 10%, have a 90-day moratorium, and to, make some deals instead of just turn it on. And then Druckenmiller popped up out of nowhere when somebody rolled a clip of his from a news interview, and he was like, I said I only want 10% tariffs. I was very adamant about that, even in that clip, because the clip kind of made it seem like he was all for tariffs, but it wasn't about the 10%. So, wild night.
Yeah, I mean, and I can't really disagree with Ackman, you know, and I actually commented on his tweet, and I don't normally comment on a lot of those tweets. I don't comment on a ton of tweets anyway, but it was like, yeah, you know, negotiate from a position of strength, not from a position of weakness. I think so much of this is just coming at everyone all at once. My phone was actually ringing last night. A lot of my ex-pit trader friends, you know, I spoke with Pax a little bit. I spoke with a lot of different people. I was like, bzz, bzz, bzz. Phone kept going. They're like, hey, man, saw futures are down again overnight. Like, you know, what's going on? And, you know, and again, I go back to, it's such, everything that you witness in this, you know, trading business over time is always unique, right? But a lot of it is very similar. This is probably the one thing that I have looked at and said, people are almost numb to this because it's happening so fast as well, right? Like I'm just starting to get some calls, and we're down 17% in 3 trading sessions.
Which is absolutely
That's
nuts.
a lot.
And it's dangerous. I mean, you can't take that much wealth from the stock market that quickly without having some collateral damage somewhere else. And so I don't know where that is right now, but certainly if things stay this way, I do think that it will start showing up in things like the housing market and kind of bleed out into the greater economy if we don't get some sort of resolution at some point.
And it doesn't look like he's really too much of a hurry to do that too. Like he's standing really strong with his positioning on this. I'm talking about President Trump, of course, but I think, you know, one thing I want to say about the Treasury market, and I ask both of you guys this, as I think through it, you see the selling coming out of equities. You're not really seeing it come into the bond market that much on a relative basis, right? I mean, you're seeing some for sure, but does this mean that they're just selling it and go to cash, and it's not staying in the U.S.? Because that's where my mind goes when I see this. It's like they're not buying U.S. Treasuries. Well, you know, there's a lot of money coming out of U.S. equities. I mean, don't tell me it's all going into gold and silver, because that's just not right. I mean, a little bit, and we can talk about those markets too, but it's not like you're not seeing the money go in other places in this country. You're seeing it go to other countries, if anything.
Right, exactly. I mean, we were seeing inflows to other countries actually until like Friday, and then in the Asian markets overnight were annihilated. So
cash raise.
Yeah.
That's ultimately what a lot of this is too. It's like it's a cash raise, right? And that's why it's just everyone's just going, get to cash.
Well, and margin calls. You heard last week, all the big banks got margin calls.
Yeah.
Goldman, everyone.
Yeah. Jimmy, I want to talk to you a little bit about silver and gold last night, because that was quite the movement. And what were your thoughts initially when you saw what was happening there?
Yeah, silver in particular was interesting because the last 3 days, including so far today, there's been huge candles, right? We had 2 huge red candles. And then this morning, you just look at the high to low in silver, and it was extraordinarily large, but it was at least trying to fight its way up, trying to get, back into that $30 handle, which I think it just barely achieved as we speak. So I think we might have even, we've been talking about when is silver going to be the greatest buy of all time. And so now I'm looking at this and going, all right, so there's definitely a floor in silver right now. And that's kind of what I'm looking at. You could see the area
and Shai, that
on
goes
the screen
back to
right
a supply
now.
issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
And so that goes back to a supply issue.
Still, absolutely. We actually had last night, out of nowhere, gold, silver, and platinum ripped. Since then, platinum's given it up, or any of the positive gains, it's back in negative territory, and gold is up slightly, and silver's still holding on better than the other two.
Yeah. Well, last thing before we get to Jimmy's Edge report, any data today, Shai?
We have no data today.
No data.
So
yeah,
there we go. Quiet day on the data front. So we'll see what markets do. It'll be interesting.
Yeah, we're going to be talking with PAX after this morning's Edge Report as well. Chat, before we get to Jimmy's Edge Report, hit the likes, hit the subscribe button, get that algo going. A lot to talk about today. All right, everyone, let's go to Jimmy's Edge Report, and we'll be back with PAX.
Well, now that you mentioned it, we might as well start with silver. This is the daily chart on the silver, and you can see these extraordinary candles. We have this double bottom, a really nice touch that we saw at the beginning of the last day of the calendar year of last year. We just touched it. My rectangle there's kind of highlighting it right now. And we have this drive back up to an old area of support, which is now resistance, and we're trading right at the top of that thing. So there is a bottom here. We'll see if it continues or not, or if this is just a temporary move up. But to Tracy's point, this is kind of a nice touch point. Let's go back to the E-mini S&P really quickly here. Give me a second to get the right chart up. But you could see, we're down about 19.2% on my continuous E-mini S&P chart from our highs of the 19th. And you can see on the right-hand side of the screen there, we have a little bit of a gap here that still wants to get filled. We can see it better on an intraday chart. I'm going to go ahead and open it up. And when I'm talking about gap in this context, I'm talking about the gap from the Globex close on Friday, that extra hour, we had that extra hour price action, and then the high for today, right? The high for today. And so that rectangle there's highlighting that gap right now. And it's going to be something that not more than just, more folks than just me are looking at this right now. And there's some really nice options levels up there as well that kind of frame that a little bit. We have that 1 day min that we're still trading below, but the JAX 4, the JAX 2 level are kind of framing that gap right now. And then we have previous sessions lows also kind of in the middle of it. So for the bulls, that could be a target. For the bears, well, we have S2 framing the bottom really nicely on the downside. And remember, we were down 240 points at one point last night, maybe even more. Now we're only down 130. I can't believe I'm saying this, but now we're only down 139 points. So like you said, there's maybe a tradable bottom here. S1 is also in play right now. We're right above, we're just touching that S1 level. These are daily pivot levels that are kind of important. So we'll see if that holds as support or not. Volume profile is very immature right now. It's really not worth talking about yet, but it will fill out as we go. The 10-year note is interestingly is equally as interesting here. Here's an intraday, and you can see the spike way up here. That matches previous sessions highs. And then we had, just a wild ride last night in the 10-year notes with huge amount of volume. I mean, right now we have 1.7 million already traded in the 10-year notes. And from an options point of view, we have a high vol, 0 DTE level down that's framing the bottom of this chart right now. At the top, we have that call resistance and call resistance, 0 DTE. Now, some of these gamma levels are going to look a little odd because we've moved so much, but they're still important levels. JAX 1 is right in the middle here for this particular market at 113 and a half. So, we'll see if if that kind of knee-jerk reaction where we rallied all the way up was temporary or not. I'm not so sure. But the 10-year is right at that, almost at 4.0, the yield, 4.0%. So it's kind of right there in that sweet spot, psychological sweet spot. So again, this is a immature volume profile. We'll see how it goes on the open. Anything could happen. Gold, let's take a peek at gold really quickly here and see what there's a whole bunch of options levels here that we could talk about that are interesting from Mentor Q. We have that 1 day min that we kind of wick through overnight, and we have definite candle closes. I have a 10-minute chart up on the screen right now. On the top side, we have that 1 day min way up here. 1 day max, I'm sorry, way up here, and then a whole bunch of levels in between. JAX 3, JAX 2, and that lime green line is JAX 1 at 30.50, and that's been kind of price happiness. If you kind of compare that to that volume profile, the point of control in the volume profile is 30.43 for the session so far. So that's kind of the sweet spot right now on gold moving into the open. But again, this has been an interesting market to kind of follow. Crude oil, let's take a peek at crude really quickly here. And we have a futures gap, right? It's a little bit different than the gap that we would talk about with respect to the regular trading hour gap, which we'll talk about later from Edgeful. But this is my that little, I don't know, I could move it over a little bit. This is kind of the gap right now we're thinking about in crude oil for those folks that believe in gaps. And Jack's one is toward the top of it right now. That's at 62 even. And relatively, after the big gap down, relatively calm trading between in the value area between, let's just round it up to 60, 70, and the bottom at about 60, well, we'll call it, well, we'll round that up too. We'll round that up to $60. So that's kind of a relatively tight range if you think about it. Yeah, we had some price dislocation. We kind of went down a little bit lower, and that was approximately during the London Open. But now we're kind of bounced back up, and I expect this volume profile to kind of mature a little bit more, and we might have a really nice bell-shaped curve here before all is said and done in crude oil. But also remember that gap is up there, and people love to try to fill gaps. That's the Edge Report, folks. Back to you in Naples.
Looky what we have here. The man in the middle, my boy Pax. Good morning, Pax.
Good morning, my brother. Can you hear me?
Just so you know, what do you think? What do you think the over under was that you were going to come in with a mute on? It was really going to be.
I don't know how to work this technology. I told Savannah earlier, I'm an analog man in a digital world. I don't know how to work. I'm lucky I know how to turn a computer on.
Yeah. Well, you look good this morning. So there's
good.
that. We've only got 10 minutes with you, so I want to talk quickly about a couple of things. First off, one of the things that you and I talked about last night, I think that a lot of people feel numb to this move because it's happened so fast and there's been no limit downs. I thought last night was probably the first wow moment where I was like, okay, wow, this is kind of interesting here. I didn't expect us to gap down that much overnight. Nobody that I know has pounded the table more than you saying, don't buy the dips. This thing could keep going. You know, you talked about that consistently on X. What have you seen, Pax? I mean, why? I'm curious. First of all, your thoughts on what's happening so far, and also why have you been so adamant about like not even looking really for bottoms?
Well, so I'd rather buy them on the way back up and start getting long. I don't want to pick tops either. I'd rather sell them on the way down. I talked about that last night. And that space is it's important that I am here for a long time, and you and I, I've tweeted about this, and you and I have talked about this. Got my Lord, I've known too many guys, too many traders where 10 million, 20 million, 30 million that have gone broke, as have you. We can't even count how many of those guys are empty. And there's a lot of reason for it, but trading wise, I think that the main reason for this is that something might work 990 times out of 1,000. It's the last 10 times it doesn't work that people blow their lives up, and I'm seeing it. I've got like 60 messages last night, DMs, or over the weekend, that I most of them I responded to. A lot I haven't, on Twitter, from people that have blown their lives up by buying these breaks. And a lot of people on my Twitter page and in the DMs are thanking me that they listened to me, that they didn't. They lived to fight another day, and that's the key. A lot of reasons why people go, why they blow up, and a lot of it is that you get used to, lulled into a sense of complacency. You get used to buying dips. I mean, that's what we've had basically. Well, all our lives. Now, from an investment standpoint, we were talking about this last night. Is we have traded through a lot of end of the world scenarios, and every single one of them have been generational buying opportunities. But when we're traders, if we're going to trade our accounts the same way that the PMs do at funds, or the same way that we do our longer term accounts, our retirement accounts and stock accounts, then we're running the risk of just blowing ourselves up. Something might work 990 times out of 1,000. It's the last 10 times it don't work, you get killed. You buy, in that break in August, the Deep Seek, I forget why we broke. Was that Deep Seek in August? No, whatever.
Yeah.
We went from
I think it was
57.21 to 51.40, and people got killed in that and run over in that. But anyway, they make their money back by buying that dip and then selling them at all-time highs. Great. Well, now what are they doing? They buy them again at 51, on Friday at 51.01, that level I tweeted out, or 51.10, and now they're left holding the bag and hoping, and hope is not a trade plan. Hope is not a trade
So,
plan.
couple things. A couple things. So, Shai laid out this morning kind of the macro backdrop. Maybe we do that again, Shai, for those just joining in now. We talked about a few things in terms of what's really kind of happening behind the scenes. I guess I'm curious, on top of just the quick macro backdrop, are you seeing any cracks in the system?
I don't, we kind of talked about this earlier. I mean, there's no real cracks. There's oddities happening. Again, we talked about the 10-year yield, now back at 4%-ish, which is higher than they were at Friday's close. Again, this has to do with inflation expectations, policy uncertainty, flight to safety, actual reversal because of a lack of confidence in the U.S. economy, not only from abroad, but from internally, which pushes some investors to sell U.S. treasuries. And then, of course, the Federal Reserve response, where, the market, it's now factored in 5 rate cuts. But if you listen to Powell last week, again, he was pretty hawkish. And he said, we have a resilient labor market, and I'm worried about inflation. So I feel no need to cut rates anytime soon.
Yep. And so as we said, it's orderly but disorderly, right? And so, Pax, you and I have talked about that as well last night. I want to get to some of your levels because we've only got like 7-8 minutes left with you before we bring into our boy Pharm this morning and dig into our technicals. But you look at your macro levels, lay the landscape out for traders this morning on what it is that you're looking at.
Well, first of all, we've got gigantic gaps that we're looking at. So the gap in the S&P fills at 50.88. All right, that's Friday's low. 50.88 in the S&P, and the Nasdaq is 17,387. So 100 points in the S&P, 50.88, and the Nasdaq 17,397. So pay attention to those levels. On Saturday, I tweeted out the downside goal for these markets, and the S&P was the price in the S&P was 48.34. I showed the math what I did last night, but I just rounded it out because we were trading the 51 handle on Friday to 48.50. So we've reached that low. That's the goal of this entire move. That's where the S&P wanted to trade. The Nasdaq wanted to trade down to 16,555. The other day we were talking about on my show on Friday morning, I was talking about dip buying. If you want to buy dips, if you want to be if you want to try to pick a bottom, you have to do it at your risk. So you want to nibble at these levels. I can't stand that word, but you want to buy small down at these levels. Cut your size, but only with a very tight stop. So if you're going to buy the S&P at 48.50, your stop is right there underneath it. On the way back up, anyway, and the S&P likewise. So we're 600 points. I mean, in the Nasdaq, we're 600 points away in the Nasdaq and 140 from the spoof. So if we see that price today, we'll be in trouble. We'll see the limits. If we see the overnight lows tonight, we will see those limits of 47.55, and I forget what the Nasdaq was. So on the upside in the S&P, between 49.50, we've got an old swing level for me at 50.50, but I'm more concerned about the gap fill, 58.88. Above that, a big, gigantic, old quarterly pivot for me. Bonds are getting killed right now. 41. We've got kind of a reverse to flight to safety trade. You got the bonds selling off, you got the S&P and Nasdaq rallying. So anyway, 51.01. Above 51.01, the landscape changes a little bit. Above 51.01, there's old 51.70. Okay, so above 51.01, then 51.70, above 51.70, then back up to 52.82, and that was 52.84. I talked about those levels last week too, and the week before, and that's where we opened at. That was our opening range on Friday, basically. So we retrace back up to Friday's open and also Friday's high, and then we'll rally another 100 points to 53.95. And that'll be, if we can make it to 53.95, then we can fill the gap at 54.20. That's the gap from Thursday. On the downside, if we take out 48.30, if we take out the overnight low, then the Nasdaq the S&P is going to trade to 46.94. And we've got some old gaps going back to December. We always fill the gaps. It might take 10 years, but we'll fill them. 46.13, and then we're in the 44 handle. And on the downside, underneath 48.30, the S&P will want to trade to 44.60. And then ultimately, I think that's where we go at this point. If we can hold these levels, then we can trade higher for a bounce. But I think the S&P ultimately wants to trade down to 44.60. That's technically speaking, depending on what President Trump does, and all of the other stuff that the whole world has opinions on. We can rally, but if nothing happens, then we should technically sell off down to 48.50. And the NASDAQ goal underneath 16,550 would be 15,715, and then underneath that, the bigger goal, which will equal 44.50, would be, or 44.60 will be 15,000. Like 500, 15,400. It'll be 450, but just run it off to 15,500. Listen, just everybody take it easy. Don't be a hero in this. The whole key here is that you live to fight another day. Don't CME raise margins. I think almost every firm has raised futures margins. There's a reason for that, a real reason for it. Don't be a hero here. If you lost a bunch of money the last couple of weeks, as many of you have, leave it it's history. Leave it there. Don't try to make it back. It's gone. Move on. Reset. Move on. Take it easy. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yep. No, wise words coming into a morning like this. And the last thing I want to ask you before we let you go today, the bond market versus the equity market. I mean, to me, this is why this morning in my note, I said, is this a tradable low now? Because it is interesting, Pax, right? You're now seeing the bond market sell off. I mean, final thoughts on why you think we're seeing a bond market sell off in this type of an environment, and you are now starting to see a slight bid come into equities.
Well, I think there's been a lot made of how President Trump Bassett and Powell also want lower rates. So they want the bonds to rally, and not really caring so much about, I'm sure they care about the stock market, but not as much about the stock market, right? So now we're seeing kind of a reversal of that trade. You got the bonds selling off. I mean, we're below, we are in the Thursday's range, I think, here, and last Thursday's range. Yeah, we are headed down to 117 into the 117 handle. So this might be the market trying to force President Trump's hand on April 9th, what Tracy was talking about earlier. Bill Ackman had tweeted about it yesterday. Trying to force President Trump's hand into I don't know, lightening up some of the tariffs or changing, or announcing something. Maybe the market knows something that we don't. But just watch the price action. The price action will tell you. So the bonds have just broken 2 points off the overnight high. That's a huge move. Maybe actually like 2.5 points. It's a huge move. And we're on the lows, selling off more. There's nothing but sell volume coming in. We just broke from the time we were talking. We were almost a full point higher. We're at 120.11 when we started talking. And now we're down to 119.21. 30-year selling off. I'm wondering, just a thought off the top of my head, if the market is trying to force President Trump's hand here.
All right. Final thoughts, Shai, before we let Pax go and get into Pharm, on what he just said about the market potentially forcing President Trump's hand here. I mean, we're seeing rates go up 10 years at 4.02 right now, which is crazy.
Well, absolutely. And I think it's no coincidence that we're seeing a lot of these hedge fund managers get irritated. You had Jamie Dimon out this morning talking, he's worried about the tariffs and, he thinks this should end sooner than later and also keep it at the 10%. So, I agree with Pax. I mean, I think it's kind of the market, or the people that can move the market
Yeah.
try to force a hand.
Yep. All right, that's all the time we have. Everybody, make sure you go follow Pax on Twitter. That Spaces last night, I was too tired to catch it, but Pax is always bouncing in and out of his Spaces, and go check out what he's doing at the Pax Group. My favorite leader in the futures industry is my big brother Pax, and I'm going to tell you what, Shai, if the more you look at him, isn't he starting to groom his hair more like me now? I feel like,
Kinda.
listen, man, you're tightening this thing up. I'm just saying, man, look, it's
Savannah
It's
told
looking
me.
pretty
Savannah told me I
deli-ish.
look. Savannah told me that I look like your big brother today. But one thing to that point, yesterday I tweeted. I asked people about my sayings, the sayings that they picked up from me along the way, and a lot of them, you've said like "go big, go small," or not and all. I lifted that from you. There's nothing new under the sun. But you and I grew up in the same place. We know the same people. Our friends are the same. And so why wouldn't we want to look like one another? We're both handsome, good-looking guys. Look at
I mean,
that.
I know.
I love you, Anthony.
All
I'll
right,
talk to you
everybody. Pax, love you, buddy.
Bye, Pax.
All right,
Bye,
let's
Trace. Love
move
you,
on
sister.
to Tape Talk with Pharm. All right, so here we are. He's got maroon on today. Is this maroon? Is this wine? It's wine. It's wine. It's not maroon. What am I saying? This
Call
isn't
it what you like.
1990. So,
Silly.
good
I
morning.
wasn't sure if I was going to wear red this
Um,
morning or green this morning, or maybe wear green underneath the red and change it halfway through. But I'm going to save green for tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, although, you know what, man, I'm going to tell you, it's going to be today's one of those days I could see us close green. And you know what? I'm going to go right into the charts this morning, Pharm, for me, and I'm going to start off because there's a lot of action, and I want to go right to the first thing that is catching my eye this morning. 10-year yields are higher than they were last session. I find it to be pretty impressive, because if you told me that after I saw that Sunday night open, which I've talked quite a bit about this morning, where I said this was kind of like a whoa moment, like where I was like, wow, that's kind of interesting the way that we opened up. I'm like, not touching this. I would not have guessed that yields would be higher than they were in the previous session after I saw that. I don't know, your initial thoughts just on 10-year maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. As we've been talking about, I've been monitoring the two. I mean, you can look at whatever you want. I think in this instance here, along with USD JPY, and the fact that it is selling off a little bit, is probably some reversal of that flight to safety. I mean, at some point you got to stop stuffing your money in twos and maybe put it into spoos. So we'll see if maybe it's some of that. But Pax mentioned, maybe it's a little bit trying to force Trump's hand. I mean, Bessent wants yields the 10-year lower, right? And maybe the market doesn't want to give it to him, just kind of like a, screw you type of thing. You sniffed under 4 for like a minute and a half, buddy. That's all you're going to get. That would be kind of funny. But it definitely feels certainly less risk off than it did, 5 minutes into the open, tagging, a 3-year back test, major spots. So, if money is going to be put to work, we talked about on the way down that, through these liquidations, levels don't matter quite as much other than the really big ones. Well, they don't get bigger than the overnight low, to me anyways. To me, that's the partial back test. And on a non-back adjusted chart, that's a partial back test of the 3-year breakout. So, if they can't find the buy button around here, then, I mean, there is no buy button. And I got on just in time to hear Pax talking about 4,400s, and I've got 44.24 quarter is a level I threw out in July. It was just a big, big spot for me on the way back out, especially after we, hit 4,100s in October 2023. And I mean, if they don't hold this spot, then, whether now or later on, that I'm probably seeing 4,400s print. And I think that would have shocked a lot of people just really 1 month ago.
Oh, I mean, for sure. I mean, I talked about how I was holding puts. I mean, I covered them from the overnight low. I mean, I covered mine when we were just below 5,300. I mean, that was my target. And I'm like, man, this is a great trade. I remember that day when we opened up below 5,300, I'm like, I'm out before even the open. We broke another 150 on there. I mean, I didn't think that that was impossible. I was like, okay, yeah, that's definitely something to see. Last night, again, I was kind of like, whoa, all right,
Yeah.
this is getting, if we don't bounce now, and that's why this morning I wrote about, is this a tradable low? And I continue to see, I think that what's interesting about the yields going up this morning is that it removes the panic element, is what I think. And so I don't necessarily think too much about it bleeding into equities, like maybe they're selling bonds, buying equities. I think it's just that you're not seeing a panic, and it's just like this is a repricing event. And so what's so different if this was a war, if this was, COVID, if there was something else where there was this big world issue, which this is obviously global with what we're doing with tariffs. We just don't know how it ends because one person could really end it or change it at any point in time that he wants, which is very different from a pandemic or 9/11 or all these other things. You're coming from a time where the market, in my personal opinion, has been relatively overpriced for some time, and you get some news that hits the tape, and it's just a race. It's a race to cash. It's not necessarily something you're going to see the fear in, which again, I think for equity index traders, I think we're just going to keep being busy, which is great. I think after last night was probably the only time I said, I don't even want to look to touch this. Now I think it's going to become tradable again. I think the bond markets are saying it's not panic. This is a repricing. And so when I think about that, I think that we're just in a bear market that could change at any time with a headline, which is wild to say that, but it is likely the case. And what I look for today, now I go to my 60-minute charts because I think this is tradable with very wide ranges on a medium time frame. So like normally I'm daily Pharm. I've moved down to like 60-minute for me now. Everyone knows I'm not really scalping intraday anymore, and I'm using options mostly. I think that we're going to trade 51.61 by the end of the day today, maybe even tomorrow. So my target is, as long as we stay above 49.41 on an hourly close, the target's 51.61. So I think that this is a pretty decent tradable bounce off of these lows. I look to be long as long as we hold above 49.41 on an hourly close. This is another reason why, Ninja doesn't have options yet, but we will have them soon. It's why I like options for these types of moves. Hard to buy calls, though, in this environment, no doubt about it, but it's kind of a tricky time. But ultimately, I think that 51.61 does hit within the next session or two, today's or tomorrow's, as long as we don't get an hourly close below 49.41. Now, the tricky part is, on my strategy, as long as if we do close an hourly below 49.41, I'd be out, but an hourly close back above it, I'd be right back in. And so it's a pivotal area that's got to be traded because I do expect probably some bumpy roads around 49.41, but that's my thought. And it also spills over to NASDAQ, where NASDAQ, as long as we stay above 16,821, I'm targeting 17,663 by, I think, tomorrow. I think is very realistic. I don't think today is out of the question either, by any stretch, not in the volatility we've seen. But I do think that that's where we're headed. I actually like the NASDAQ over the ES in this situation because the NASDAQ is a firmer bid. It's showing a better response off of my area versus S&P. If you look at the two, the S&P is sitting a little bit closer to it. NASDAQ looks a little firmer. So for me on a day like today, as a buyer, I would prefer NASDAQ over S&P. Russell, I believe Russell did pin its limit, or at least touched it. I don't know that it stayed at the limit for often. I wasn't watching the tape last night, but when I looked at the low, I do believe that it might have hit it. But Russell, to me, is showing a similar sign, but ultimately not loving still this Russell at all, in terms of trading it. I don't think it's really too tradable in here. I still think that it's got this underlying weakness. I don't love it, but 1773, if we hold above there, targets 1837. I watch to see if that's going to be the same case across all of the indexes, if they're all working together. As everyone knows, if you watch me, that is important to me. Last thing, we go to the Dow today, and the reason why I bring up the Dow as well, even though I'm not trading Dow or Russell really, I want to see them all work together. 37,423 holds on an hourly close. This morning, 38,906 is my target. So short term, I'm bullish. I've got my targets. I know where I'm looking to me, as a usually a multi-day swing trader that I do, I look for that. This morning, it's just important to hold those levels. I'll go back to the last one with ES, just we'll leave on that note and we'll go to yours. 49.41. It's got to hold this morning. The first hour closes above that. I think we're on our way to 51.61. That's what I've got for technicals.
Yeah, I like that. This actually reminds me of April of last year. We came in and this was a Friday, and we traded an overnight low at 49.63 half on a non-back adjusted chart. So it'll look different if you're back adjusting. And then cash opened, and I want to say low of day was maybe 49.90s. And so we did not get back to the overnight low after that nasty sell-off in April. And then we came in the next day and we took out, that day's high. So Monday, in this case, we took out, Friday's high. And then we formed, a pretty violent range, actually, roughly 50.30s to 51.20s. And that took us into FOMC in early May, and we broke that to the upside. And that was like a violent back and forth. I mean, there were so many 90 handle trades that took place in like an hour. I mean, certainly on FOMC day, but it was a pretty wild range. But the key there was that, we never came down and retested the overnight low once cash opened. And, so we talk about overnight lows versus cash hour lows, and I'm not a purist. The one thing I was looking for here was, the washout. And, I'd say we've done some washing since a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about that. And so the big key for me is going to be, do we come down and properly retest that overnight low, or can buyers hold off? And I would call it, for me, maybe like 4,900-ish. I think we could see a quick excursion there to find a defense. But that to me is what's going to be important, is for buyers to at least find a way to come in and protect that overnight low. I think I was on just in time for Pax to say that, if we lose that, I mean, it's not good to me. I mean, that's my line in the sand really for all of this, was 48.30s. Quick excursion below, I guess, maybe, but I wouldn't like it. And then, I just mentioned 50.30s from back in April. I mean, that's where we're struggling right now. We've got this big gap, of course, from, Friday's low to the current overnight low. We're struggling to find bids above that 30-minute opening range from last night. And that's problematic, because I effectively, when I get one of these big bars here, this 30-minute open, I mean, we traded inside of it for most of the night, right? Until, the Euro session, basically. And so I treat that as effectively a box. And so, if you can't sustain above the high, which we've struggled to do, then in theory, we could come down and test the low. I don't really want to see that. I'd like to see buyers find bids, at least by 4,900. I think they could come in here in these 49.40s and hold off. And so that's what I'm looking for. And then from there, can buyers even fill this true gap? I mean, can they even touch the, the after hours low from Friday? Is sort of going to be the first test for me. And then, the after hours close, cash hours low, getting back into Friday's range is ultimately going to be key. And if we can do that today, and we find ourselves back in Friday's range, then maybe, we can find that buy button. I'll tell you the first thing I was not thinking this morning, or last night, I guess. What I was not thinking was, hey, S&P down, 22% or whatever off all-time highs, back testing a 3-year breakout. This is a good time to sell. I definitely was not thinking that. So it doesn't mean that it has to hold. If the selling's not over, it's not over. But I mean, we're pretty well washed. So I'm not really looking to be short anywhere near here at all. Doesn't mean that we go higher, but I'm definitely not looking to be short. I would like for us to settle back into Friday's range, and I think tomorrow could offer some good trading to start to retrace, some of this move. So I'm with you. I'm very much leaning towards higher, but like you said, I mean, one tweet, Trump sneaks off to the bathroom and tweets something, angry. Maybe we find the overnight low, and if there's any sign of backing off, at all, then maybe we're finding Friday's range. And to me, that's going to be a good sign that we're trying to find a low here. Lost your audio, Deli.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted.
Good.
For my stuff, 49.40, when I look at that this morning, if it cannot close above that after all the damage that has been done on the daily, well below, my Boomer Bollinger Bands and everything that I look at, it's like, man, that they go for that overnight low and they do go for the limit. I agree with what Pac said, and like you said, I mean, if they take out this overnight low today, eesh, I mean, 47.55, I think, was the limit. I would go and check Pax's feed. He puts them in there. And we could put them even in the chat if someone has them. But I wouldn't even be trading it if we took out that overnight low because it just gets so difficult to judge down there. Pharm, like you said, it's just like I cannot be a seller down here. Just because it's too hard to manage risk for me. I go back to my stuff. If we get an hourly close below 49.40, I'd have to have an hourly stop because I do more of a time stop above 49.40. It wouldn't be a price stop. And it's like, it's just too difficult. I mean, it's hard to be short down here because any sort of decent headline, I think the market is so desperate for a bullish headline that I do think you see a lot of money pouring quickly of it, and the squeeze could be immense. But it hasn't happened. It may not happen, but we start getting down towards those lows. It's like, man, the only way I would be able to trade it would be short, but it would would be short with very tight stops. I'm not personally doing that, but I think it could get really ugly if it gets down there. And not that it's not been really ugly, to be honest with you, but yeah.
Yeah, it has been. But I mean, again, I feel like we needed to see some leverage come off. I agree that things were grossly overvalued. And I mean, look, you had that 3-year breakout, and what was that predicated on? I talked about this over the weekend with my group. Like that was predicated on, back at the October lows, 41.22, I think it was, maybe 41.22 quarter. We effectively had the Fed and Treasury come out between October and December. And, just to paraphrase it, I mean, they pretty much just said, pump it. I mean, that's pretty much, paraphrasing what they said. They're going to be very supportive of growth at a time when there was really not any concerns about growth. And so what did we get? Well, we got a breakout of that 3-year range, and we lifted to its full extension target. If you looked at 2022 range, if you literally just take 2022 high to low, that range, and add it on top of 2022's high on SPX, that's where we topped, like exactly. And so that's why 61.45, 66. SPX was my major upside target. Well, now things are a little bit different, right? We have a new administration. We have a Fed that now has to react to the policies of that new administration. And, very clearly we have a different Treasury Secretary who has pretty much said, stonks actually do go down. So it's very different. And so that whole 3-year breakout comes into question. Is that still, do we still believe, that the value of the market is that much higher? And so, that's what we're trying to do right now is find, where value is in this new environment. And when you looked at it on the way down, again, like even I said, like levels don't matter too much during these liquidations, but like even I was shocked at some of the lack of respect for some of the key spots. I mean, we just went through them all. And so that was kind of spooky to me. So I want to see where we can find some balance, where we can find some value. I am not sure that the low is in ultimately, for this year. And I lean towards not. I'm going to wait and reserve judgment for, seeing the character of this low and the rally that ensues before trying to make a call. But I would like to see a nice tradable low here and see if we can get a rally off of it. And the question is, then am I selling that rally? And kind of lean towards yes at this point, but we'll see. Got to wait for Trump tweets.
Yeah, no, it's so true. I mean, I think the traders are just looking for a tradable low, right? If there is one to be long, right? Because I go back to it like I actually feel like there is one. I've stated my case this morning. I think I look more towards longs and shorts today. But ultimately, I don't think the low is in. Again, I don't like overnight lows being lows of the year either. I don't love that. And not saying that can't be the case. but that was, I go back to like kind of a whoa moment where I was like, okay, that low, if you don't hold now for at least a tradable bounce, then it's just like this market is just totally screwed, man. You know, I mean, I don't know what else to say about it. It just is not good. If we go back down there today, seeing a lot of people in chat, a lot of comments. Number one, we put out, is this a tradable low? Please vote in the poll. I'd love to hear what you guys think. Good morning, chat, by the way. I've said that a few times, but good morning to those joining us recently. 44% say yes, 50, or it's 43, that's 44, yes, 56, 57% say no. So most people in this chat today are still thinking that we have not found a tradable low, which means that likely we go back to that low. And I wouldn't doubt that, but I think at least for this morning, if we can hold above 49.41, then I will be more convinced until I see this first 30 minutes, 60 minutes, and see how we close this first 30 minutes to 60 minutes. It's a little difficult to tell, but I do think that 49.40 will be key. And if it does, as I said, 51.61, I think comes. But it's about that time, Pharm. Take us through a setup for today. Maybe we widen those charts up a little bit, take a look, and let's get a little bit more granular in it. That's what I wanted to see was that profile. Walk us through your prep coming into today's open, what you'd be looking to trade.
Yeah, so today is going to be very difficult for me because, after coming off of a low like that, you don't really want to chase a rally, right? But at the same time, technically, it kind of needs to trade a little bit higher to be in some safety. And so, on the way down, we talked about, sellers driving us through the overnight low, through the prior day low, and finding continuation, right? So now we're going to flip that upside down. At the open, do buyers drive this through the overnight high, find continuation back into yesterday's range? So I'm going to be watching, just big picture, I'm going to be watching the overnight high. How do we respond there? Wherever it ends up, can we find the buy button above that overnight high? And so, I'll lean long, but I'm going to be like real careful. It kind of looks like it's trading a little thin right now to me, with some of the ranges on here. I don't have the book up, but it looks a little thin. So I'm going to be extremely small size and careful if I take, a trade at all, trading higher in that kind of situation. Now, you mentioned 40s, this pullback here that we just had, if you look at it, we've got a minor little LVN there. So we sort of protected the meat of this distribution here. And that's a good sign to see. And so now if we can sustain back above, the overnight open, which it looks like we're trying to do right now, find bids there, lift these 50-30s, then we can get a test of the Friday after hours low. Now, any kind of a failed reclaim there, or any kind of a failed reclaim of the cash hours low, I'm using 51.03 to 7-ish today to sort of capture that range. We had a small spike yesterday, which is just you trade, new low a day in the last 30-minute period. So I'm watching that spot. And if we can get sticky above 51.03, 51.07, then I think we have a fair chance to come up to those 51.40s, 51.50s without a problem. So I would be open to potentially buying a dip as low as 4,900 for a trade. To me, that probably comes back up towards 49.60. So that's one situation where I would take a crack at a long and a trading lower situation. If we are trading within this range, I'm almost certainly waiting for the IB to set the first 60-minute range. And honestly, most of today, that's going to be the case for me, because once the IB sets, you have an idea of what cash hours participants are thinking about this. You've got a cash hours profile on board, and you can take a shot at a given edge, whether it's long side or short side. So we could see some two-way trading, but to me, sustaining above the open is going to be key. The Sunday night open will be key as we approach the cash hours open, to potentially see a lift and retest. The 30-minute opening range I look at first, because we're opening way below Friday's low. So any kind of a true gap like that, I'm looking at the 5-minute opening range for some kind of early initial bias. I'm a little too slow to worry about the 30-second opening range. So I look at the 5-minute, and then the 30-minute. From there, are we able to sustain on a big true gap down? I think we talked about this last week. Are we able to sustain above the 30-minute high? And generally in those cases, we could run and test, the prior day's low. It's still kind of far away, at least on a cash hours basis. But so I'm sliding from the 5 to the 30 to the 60. Ultimately, what buyers need to show me today to show me that this is the low for now is to lift the overnight high, set the IB the first 60 minutes, break that high, and then sustain a bid above that high, work back into Friday's range. And to me, that's very likely a low, and barring some tweak, we come in tomorrow and we start working back through Friday's range. So I'm just going to be very careful. If I am looking to buy a dip, it's probably closer to 4,900 if we're inside this range, and I'll take one shot, and that's probably going to be after the IB is set. Very careful chasing any kind of a long trading higher, because at the same time we need to trade higher to pressure some sellers and to maybe stoke a little bit of FOMO, but I just kind of hate chasing higher. So those are the spots that I'm looking for. I'm not looking to buy this spot again personally, unless we come in and sweep this spot. We could come in, sweep just a little bit lower, maybe come into this overnight VWAP here where we lifted right earlier. I might pick something off there, but probably not. Small and light for me today, very selective, waiting for the IB to set, and then I'll just trade an edge.
Yep. Bottom line, everybody, if you're bullish, let the market prove to you that it's going to be bullish. Don't rush in on the open. If you come in and your charts are showing you something bearish for today, make the market prove to you that it's going to stay bearish. I said this morning on my note, great traders don't force trades, they're forced to trade. I put this out for many years. It's one of the things I just firmly believe in, especially when it gets really busy. When there's opportunity in front of you, you got to make sure that you've saved enough bullets to be able to really execute during these moments, and the market forces you in. And so wait for some proof this morning. I mean, that's the bottom line right now. I think we're all sitting back going, it's Monday morning. Let's be patient. Let the market prove to us it wants to do something. Look at your charts, stay true to your process. And we stay true to you, Pharm, as we do every day, Monday through Thursday. It's always a pleasure. And you threw a new color at me today, which was fun. Now I've got to go back to the drawing board, and I have to talk with Merritt, and we get this poll set for what color you're going to be wearing. So you threw a little wrench in the whole system today.
Hopefully it's green tomorrow for the sake of bulls. Maybe I'll wear green for you.
My brother, we will see you tomorrow. Have a great trading day.
We'll see you. Take care.
All right, Pharm Navy, hit that like button, and Tanja Army, hit that like button, because we are now going to be coming in with Tanja. Today's Tanja's trading day, as we do every Monday through Thursday. We start with her from 9 to 9:15, and on Mondays she takes us from 9 all the way through 11. Tanja, good morning.
Good morning. What a morning to come in today.
Tanja, you've had some doozies. I mean, you started with us. The first stream was on a Monday, and it was in the midst of rollover, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you've had a couple of other Mondays that were pretty wild. I mean, every morning on these Mondays when I come in, I go look at Tanja. I go, boy, she's got another doozy on the forefront for today. But let's maybe just get right into the charts for you today.
Yeah.
I know that you're going to come in with your clear and precise plan as you do every day. What are you seeing for the markets this morning?
Sounds good. I mean, it was crazy. I watched that at 6 p.m. today when we had that gap down and just the complete drop in like 1 minute. It was intense. I saw that and I was like, oh, potential limit down. I don't know. We'll see. But today we actually, since then we're down about 3% on NQ, and it's funny to think like only 3% with the ranges we've been having now. But yeah, like you said, we've had these very large ranges to be working with now. I mean, we went from having smaller ranges during that rollover period and during that FOMC period when we first started the live stream, and now we're dealing with 1,000-point range days in the NASDAQ, which is fine. Just got to size accordingly. I do like, I've been liking the show a lot though, because like, as I've been coming in and sharing my ideas and listening to Pharm's ideas beforehand and yours, definitely adds, if we have similar ideas, it adds some more confluence and conviction to me, because it's just talking to other people with more experience than me, it gave me more conviction. We were talking all last week how we wanted 1800s and NASDAQ, and we got it. So that worked out well. But yeah, we have this gap down. I'm definitely marking this out on ES and NQ, and I'm interested to see if we completely fill it to the upside or not. So I'll be like marking out this Friday close on both the NASDAQ and NQ, and then I'll see actually where the Sunday gap lines up with that. Let's check it out here on the 4-hour now. Start with the daily, go to the 4-hour. And it's quite just interesting here. I'm gonna move it to the 4-hour candle close. I like that better. Yeah, this is I've been through many markets, and I've been through, during 2022, we had a bear market cycle, but this one I think is a lot faster, and definitely requires you to just be pretty nimble and not to, we had our bearish bias all of last week, so I'm pretty happy with, last week taking just some paper cuts on longs and stuff, as long as it allowed me to capture the huge move to the downside. But now we have this gap down. I've marked this out on ES and NQ. Looks like NQ, I want to mark out this using a fib, just to see how much we moved through this little gap down. So we moved 50% through it, not yet. So I'm going to have that marked out just from here to there. Same thing for ES. So 50-52 is where ES would fill in half of it, and NASDAQ came just shy of it as well. 17,291. And that being said, I've been just noticing, you guys, where the last couple of days when we've had very large down move days, we never really even took out a pre-market high. We just took out some small high from pre-market and then just dropped. So I thought that was pretty indicative on Friday. I think, I was talking to Pax about potential margin selling happening during into the close, and that just made sense there with that, how that ended up happening. Yeah, you can see here we never rallied above these pre-market highs. We sort of just kept falling short, having some small, very lethargic, actually pretty large range bounces. It's pretty crazy. I think into the close, I wasn't there trading Friday afternoon, but we dropped 300 points in 15 minutes there. So it's just about mentally preparing yourself to see those wild candles. You can see a 1 minute 80-point candle nowadays on the NASDAQ, right? So I have that marked out. And then, sort of interesting here with this low and this low on the NASDAQ. So people, what did you guys vote in the chat for? Is this a tradable? Have we found a tradable low? Yes is 45% and no is 55%. Okay. Pretty split 50-50 there, you guys. Let me just see for a second. I wanted to see if ES, okay. I think we have that wick there. Let me just move this so I can see this more clearly. Okay, so neither the NASDAQ nor the ES have taken out, have a divergence at the low. I mean, I'm not bullish. I'm not going to be trying longs. There's not even the first indication of this being a tradable low for me. So they're both having not taken out the, it's not like NASDAQ took out this low or ES. Like at first, if there's a potential tradable low, I'd want there to be some sort of divergence where one of them takes out the low and the other doesn't. And yeah, there's not really much to work with there. They're both in tandem and synced right now. So there's no first indication of a reversal for me there. Let's see what else we got here. I mean, the 4-hour looks crazy. Right, we did trade into this gap up right now, gap down. We traded up into it. We're wicking it right now in the 4-hour. There's about, this 4-hour ends at 10. this is just showing potential, yeah, more continuation lower. I'm not gonna be trying to fade the trend unless it's like Pharm was talking about, unless it's pretty obvious, and if there's a sustained move higher, that it doesn't look like there's even the first move criteria for me for a potential reversal. So I'm still bearish and just trading with it, and gonna go, appropriate sizing, and definitely be noting and measuring how large these like 1 minute candles are and 5 minute candles, and then appropriately sizing myself into this. It's going to be a pretty wild ride, you guys. We'll see how it goes. But, this is the thing where you think like, oh, it can't possibly go lower or something. There's so many people thinking that way. And that's where, you don't want to think that way. We definitely can go lower. And that's not a reason to be buying the dip if you're a day trader. So I'll be careful in regards to that. Let's see here. I do want to mark out that 50% mark again.
Yeah, I remember saying this goes back many, many years when we used to come off the floor. There was one guy, he used to always make all these little comments, and he said something like, just when you think the market can't do it 5 days in a row, it does it 10, right? And it's just one of those things where just because you think the market can't go lower from here, whatever you think the market can't do, it tends to prove
you wrong.
Always the majority of people wrong. Yeah, and so it's interesting to me also too, coming in this morning where more people are still bearish down here, and I get that. You mean trend is down, so you would assume more people are bearish. But like you said, it's really split here because, and I don't know, I haven't talked to you much about like your really, really big picture levels. We talked about the 18,000 in NASDAQ last week, but since we just like have blown through pretty much every support level I've had on my chart, is there anything like on the really big picture that you've looked at or no?
Yeah, I looked at like the 3-month. Let me take a look at my notes here. What did I put there? On the 3-month, I have a level. Right there. Let me just take a look there. 16,334.25. Because there's a monthly fair value gap in a FEG there. So I mean, and a order block there. So it's like I have to add it to my little. Yeah, it's funny. So I have to add value 3. See the 3-month. Yeah, I like let's go back to the monthly. Yeah, I like this area. I mean, we've already tapped into it, but like, yeah, 16,334.25 I have as a level, because it on the 3-month, if I adjusted with set and adjustments, then it does. Oh, wait, actually here, sorry. No, down here. 15,595. Oh my gosh, that's a crazy number. I haven't seen that number in, this one. This low here. We could potentially get into here. Yeah, this low there. Just take it out of the. We could potentially get there. Yeah, there's no. If we continue the trend lower, there's nothing that says we can't.
Yeah, I mean, on my big
I would
picture
take out
stuff
this
too, the more I
low. I
look
like
at it, it just,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I mean, we've blown through what I thought were the bigger areas, and now we're like in these areas. I go back to like August of last year, and we're just, this market could easily, when I look at it, and the PAX talked about 4,400, Pharm talked about 4,424. I mean, those are the next areas I had very similar levels. It's like today's low is really important to hold this morning, because if not, I think you will likely see our first limit down, which was something else we talked about too, Tanja. In all the years I've been watching this, I don't remember. What's that?
Yeah, I was thinking that as well. It's possible, totally, to have a limit down today.
Yeah, today.
And all the years that you've been watching
I mean,
it.
barring any. Yeah, in all the years I've been watching it, I don't remember a time where we were down, 16% in the S&P without a limit and without really something that was, and I know this is a global headline, but this is more of a self-inflicted, whether we call it self-inflicted or not. It's coming from one person, the President of the United States. So at any point in time, it could be unraveled, in the opposite way because they could change his mind. So it's just a very unique time in history when you look at it because it's not something that happened to us. It's something that someone is putting in play,
Right.
and that is just really going back to one person kind of dictating this. So it's very different. It's unique because it just feels like we're in a bear market, and it's not like COVID. We knew why, right? I mean, global financial crisis. We knew why. Every day I was watching Bloomberg, and I was like, okay, you can see the headlines. I go back to the .com bubble. There was a lot of stuff going on there. This is not happening from those standpoints. So it is unique from that perspective.
Right. It is very interesting. Yeah, it's not like an external, it's an internal cause. Yeah, makes sense with policy. That it is very strange in that regard. Yeah. And it's the first time for everything. So if it does happen, this will be my first time experiencing like a limit down on the indices, right? I've been through halts and small caps, penny stocks, GameStop, but not in the NASDAQ. So that would be quite crazy to experience if it does happen. So far we've had how many days down? Like we opened up 5%, then we went down a little bit more. I think we were down almost like 6% last night here, near the lows. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is the third down day in a row right now. If we do end up down, I think I don't think that this low is the low, tradable low. I don't think it is. I don't think we made a low. So it's all about how I find the trade to go, framing the risk, and that's basically it. But right now, I'm not going to try to be a contrarian. Yeah, I'm mostly bearish bias right now. I think the chat is mostly too, since only 56%. Since 56% agreed, we haven't found a tradable low. So yeah, we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, and as I turn out for you and hand the keys over to you, as I've been saying, for the morning trade, a couple quick things I want to note. Number one is, remember everybody, if we do go limit down, that means you can only work the offer. It doesn't even mean you can sell, because we're at the limit is what it's called. And if you have if you look at your depth of market or however you're putting your stops in, or even your limit orders, you're not going to be able to put any orders beyond the limit. Just to understand that, number one. And if you buy at the limit and the limit were to stay closed for a period of time, if we would stay at the limit, then ultimately we'd reopen, and then who knows where we reopen. I talked about this a little bit with you last week, Tanya.
Yeah.
People will go to the options market and they'll look to see where the options markets are pricing. That will be more of an indication of where the markets will potentially open, and it'll go through and open like you would on Sunday night. And so there will be a time where people can put orders in again, and then the market would reopen. And so that's what happens on limit down. So just be very careful if you try to buy near a limit down, because you can't put your stop below the limit. And then if you try to sell at the limit, it's called at the limit, you can't unless someone comes in and lifts everything at the limit. So just some things to keep in mind, everybody. We will be in chat throughout the morning. Shy Girl will be in there updating us with any news. I'll be in there watching as well. And we're going to hand the keys over to you, Tanya. And I look forward to follow along and see what you're doing this morning.
All right, thank you. All right, everybody. You're stuck with me now. Okay, so let's see here. Like I said, I don't think this is a tradable low. We traded into this gap down right now. We didn't hit 50% of it, but that could literally indicate if we start taking out this low and this fair value gap, that could indicate how weak we are. I don't really anticipate this to hold up. I marked it out because this is taking out a high into a gap, and this is the fair value gap that did it. And then I'll be monitoring that to see if we close below this with a displacement to go for lower prices. I mean, this is then the next, like the low-hanging fruit target there. Right. And we'll see how this goes. I mean, it's we're trading through historical times, people. Yeah, so the open is in 10 minutes. We're gonna see how this goes. It's a big week. You know, last week was a huge week too. This is also, I don't expect our range to get smaller anytime soon right now. We just started really expanding more. It's quite crazy though, is when I was looking at the 3-month chart just now in the monthly chart, it's like this is the 3-month chart and we're only like 6 or 7 days into that. So it's been a crazy start to April. Yeah, that's the monthly chart right now. Like the thing is, yeah, if we don't hold up here in this little monthly FEG, which we've already kind of sliced through that, like we're wicking above it, but I don't know. This is the order block before the move up on the monthly. See what's 50% of this order block. Got to get to the higher time frames now. $16,722.75. So yeah, we'll see here, but I don't think we made a low yet. $67.22.75. Yeah, around there. Then if I go to the monthly here, yeah, that is the monthly. Okay, the 3-month. Yeah, so if we don't hold that, we're gonna get to 15,595. It's kind of interesting how that level I marked out just now in the monthly, but it's close to that gap, which is interesting. Standard deviation of it. So we could potentially, yeah, I could see us bounce down to here and then still hold up. Yeah, so we'll see. Down to this like low-hanging fruit low I talked about. Okay. Sounds good. So we'll see if yeah, do we take this out of a displacement? This low, because this low completely filled in this imbalance here on ES. On NQ, we basically did, yeah, the same. So that's an intermediate term low. If it's going to go higher, that should basically stay in place. So I don't really anticipate it to be staying in place. So I am thinking that it's probably going to get taken out. And then we'll go for this low. See here. Kind of want to move change my lines to darker. Okay, so yeah, the open is in about 5 minutes. That's my humble opinion is this is what I mean, the theme has basically been so far on these down, these down days in the NASDAQ, we don't take out a pre-market high. We set the high during pre-market. And then we drop, we retrace a bit, then we just keep dropping. So we'll see if today is like on brand, on theme. We have about 5 minutes. And yeah, I'm marking these lows out. It seems like, ES already took out that low here, not with a displacement, but this way back up definitely did not go up higher. So far the bearish order flow is coming back in action here. See here, yeah, this is some sell side. This is like, yeah. And then I'm going to be watching whether or not we hold this level again, which again, this is the mean threshold of like the monthly order block. For at NASDAQ, let's see for ES actually. What do we got here on the monthly? This is a 3-month, right? And then so let's go to the monthly. Same type of thing, I think. What was I just want to go to the 3-month and mark out that low again. Okay, for NASDAQ, it still has a low in there. Yes, looks slightly different there. Okay. Yeah, for ES, I want to mark out 50% of this. A 4,800. 4,806. I just took the bodies of the candles. NASDAQ's breaking this low right now. $48.06. Yeah, so we'll see how this goes this morning. Does that line up with around again? Oh, no, it doesn't. It's lower than that low on ES. ES looks a little bit weaker in that regard, honestly, that it took out that low before NASDAQ did. So yeah, 4806 marked out in 4800-ish area. So we'll just have that marked out. Here's the open in a few minutes. We have 1 minute until the open, everybody. So far, it looks at like the theme where, it's making the high during pre-market. Didn't even retrace 50% of that gap down. So it's looking pretty weak. So we'll see. We are breaking that intermediate term low. I did anticipate to get broken. And now we're inverting this FEG. Here's the open. So now we have an inversion on the 15-minute. So let's go down to the 1 minute now. Yeah, I anticipate a fast open. Hmm. We likely head for here. It's just about framing a proper trade though. Like I'd rather retrace into this 15-minute area, like retest it. And then I'll kind of see what's up there. We're making it would be nice if it doesn't, and then it comes back and makes a BPR there, because you can see here it's likely going to make a bearish FEG. So I'd rather wait for that and then look for a 1 minute shift. So I guess like 9:45, and we have to see if it does confirm the bearish FEG as well. Right now it's retesting, right? Right now it's retesting this area actually. So I'll stay keen here. Right now retested, failure. So you had a 932 came and retested and failed. I mean, I'll end up seeing if I can find an entry. But you can see at the 4 hour looks quite ugly. Yeah, we are rejecting that gap. And there's no FEG for me to really take an entry there. Yes, like it's on the 32nd though. It's probably a fast market to be trading 30 seconds. Okay. We'll see. I'm gonna wait for the 1 minute today. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for 1 minute. See this 15-minute on ES again. ES is weaker for sure. So let's see if ES actually has anything. No, there's no FEG for me to enter. I need an FEG. So I'm not going to take anything. It's okay if it just drops here. Then I'll just look at where the, without me, then I'll look at the reaction there. But ES is definitely weaker. We also marked out this potential area on, that's 50%. Yeah, I mean, of the monthly order block, it's down here, 4800s, 4806. So far we're not looking pretty, yeah. Let's see, how much are we down? We're down 3.5% in both. Okay. It's just like order blocks being followed through here, which makes sense, but there's no fair value gap, so I'm just not going to enter if there's no FEG. Maybe on the 32nd there was, but I'd rather not. This is it. This little one. It's fine if it goes towards here. I'm not in a rush this morning. CES on the 32nd. Pretty methodical. I mean, here, yeah. There's no 32nd FEG on ES. It's been just back and forth gyrating there. Okay. Go back to the 1. It is going towards that sell side though. Like I said, the easy hanging fruits here. It's from the 15-minute. And this blue line I have marked out is the mean threshold of the monthly order block. So kind of interested to see how NQ reacts there. So we've retested this inversion during the first 15 minutes. We had a pretty, yeah. So far, everything's been looking pretty weak. We didn't even retrace 50%. We didn't try to rally above pre-market. Just kind of just very weak bounce and drop. And then after we hit this, I mean, I'd really have to watch the reaction there. Like I said, I'm not going to be a contrarian on bounce looking for reversals, but you have to look at the potential. ES is definitely weaker today. Okay, we're about to hit that sell side on that. Just did. See, this is the FEG low, basically. Could end up inverting this, going for the low, going for this now. Like I said, NASDAQ has another level here, so it has a smaller little FEG there. ES definitely weaker. Oh, interesting how NQ just paused for a little bit before hitting it, but I do anticipate it will hit it. Let's look at the 2-minute. It's a 3-minute. Okay. Pretty methodical, this move lower. Okay. You guys, yeah, this broke this. That's why I have this marked out here. This completely filled in that 30-second we looked at before, and that's an order block. Got rejected there. I mean, I anticipate this to get ran through here. Yeah, ES dropping more. On this 5. What is it? The hourly? Yeah, well, we end that in 3 minutes. And the 15-minute closes in 3 minutes here. I marked out that 15-minute FEG I do, and I think that, yeah, it's likely that we take out these overnight lows next. So right now, ES is down 4.5 and NQ is down 4.6%. Okay. We hit the sell side for NQ and we hit this monthly mean threshold order block. I honestly don't see any signs of a reversal right now. I'd probably rather short ES. Just much weaker. Here, NQ finally made like a 1-minute FEG there. I mean, that's a 30-second, but there is a 1-minute here. Okay. This is likely going to get rejected right now here and go into there. See what that RR would be like. That's a crazy RR though. Let's go back to ES here. Yeah, it's been respecting all these, every single bearish PD array, right? So now you have this inversion here, this order block there. It just swept some sell side, so I'm not like too keen on getting in right now, but I think it can get down into here. Yeah, 48.30s. So I'll see. See how it's 15-minute. This is the 1 minute. Since we just took some sell side, maybe it does take a little high. And then if I see an SMT, then I'll take the short. I guess the easy trade that I missed was this 30-second, but so I'm not in this right now because 15-minute needs to close. And also, like I said, we just swept a little bit of sell side. Rejected at first here to go down there. Now it's inverting this, so and we're at a discount. So let's see now. Are we going to potentially have a small manipulation, or will NQ hitting this level and also the monthly order block again, the mean threshold of it, is it gonna have some sort of shift higher? I wouldn't enter longs unless it was really an obvious shift higher. So I need some pretty big displacements there. So I'll see if this gets taken out. Will it get taken out with an energetic shift higher? Otherwise, this 15-minute, did we close? Yeah. Okay, we didn't invert it. Yeah, we did not invert this close. Just waiting for that. So we could have a little bounce now. See? The Nasdaq's the stronger one, and it has that more. So if I were to long, I'd long Nasdaq. Like I said, ES is the weaker sister today. So let's see here. Nasdaq. That's pretty energetic. See. A little FEG and breaker now here. They're moving in tandem. There's no SMT. I mean, this is a pretty energetic shift here. I'd look if it came into here, I'd probably try long. What is it's 3 and we're down 3.5% right now. Okay. Hmm. It's not retracing for me yet. Well, it's just a super fast market, I guess. I have to freaking go to the 30 second instead of the 1 minute nowadays. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, this high and that was it basically. Okay, that's fine. I guess I'll stay on the 30 second then. Honestly. Just look at that. Now we're back into that inversion, so I have to see what we're gonna do. I'm taking out my orders because we already sort of missed that trade then with the 30 second. What time is it? It's 9:52. So far today, what do we have? We had a little push down into that 15-minute sell side, 1 minute, 30-second shifts really, and then yeah, nice push up there. It's totally possible for us to go for that pre-market high now. I don't know. I'm just gonna wait though, because like I said, it's been sort of the theme where we don't on weekdays, but we'll see. This is pre-market high. If I were in the long, I wouldn't be trying to be a hero there, trying to go all the way up for that, honestly. We just came back into this inversion now. So I'm definitely eyeing ES now because this is a 15-minute point of interest. Let's see on NASDAQ. Yeah, it's interesting. It is definitely stronger here. I'm watching this for sure. Like we could potentially have another reversal to the downside now in this bearish FEG and inversion. So we'll see. If we end up taking the pre-market high, that's fine too. But so far, we haven't really been doing that the past couple days, so it's fine. It's a fast market already. It's 9:53, and we moved back and forth quite a bit, so pretty good ranges. So I'm kind of keeping in mind again that if I am to short, I'd rather short ES. It is weaker. Look, it's still in this inversion area. NASDAQ's much stronger. Held up here. See on the 5 minute, do we have any 5-minute shifts? No. So I'm not really interested in longs unless we have a nice strong 5-minute shift, and I'll find out how it reacts here at the pre-market highs. So now, I'm just waiting. It's been a pretty good range action. Let's see, from here to here. Yeah, we've dropped about, since the open, 300-point range back and forth. Pretty crazy. So let's see now. We're in this 15-minute point of interest for ES and NQ essentially. If it has like a 1-minute shift back down, I'd probably try shorts, but looking at structure, where would that be? It would need to form a low and then shift lower. For me to try longs, I need to see pre-market highs broken with displacements. So just waiting. A pretty strong 5-minute candle there on ES and NQ. So we'll see how the next one does there. Does it completely take it back out? We'll see. Honestly, it's kind of like maybe I should go to the 30 second, the fact how fast we've been moving. We'll see. It's a Monday. Like I'm not so rushing myself into everything right now. So Monday, 9:56. Okay. This is the 1 minute. Yeah, I mean, honestly, let's just go to the 30-second on both of them. It's been pretty quick. They're pretty strong now. So we have a V-shaped recovery there, basically. Let's go back to the 5 minute for NASDAQ because I did say I want to see the reaction here. You know, I would go for longs if we have a nice reaction there, and then I would sort of use a standard deviation for my next targets, which would be like into Friday's range. These highs, I wouldn't be opposed to that. See the 3 minute. Okay. Yeah, we have a bunch of displacements back to the upside, so basically, yeah, it's gonna, I want to see, we're gonna close above here, then we'll have bearish breakers, order blocks, and fair value gaps like here and on a structure shift. So look for more higher prices. ES definitely lagging as expected, as it's been the theme. Let's see here. Right now it's a 950, 958. Okay. So yeah, this 15-minute bearish FEG that we made is not being respected. So ever since we hit the sell side bullish, all bearish PD areas have been disrespected. It's a really good sign for potential bullish shift back up to the upside. So NASDAQ is hitting these highs here. We're going to close this 5 minute candle in about 47 seconds. It would be nice if we close above it. If we wick it, I would not like that. Love it. I wouldn't love it, but be okay. And I am cognizant of the fact that this is probably going to be a large stop if I do get into this 5 minute type of play. But I'd be going for very large win also. Probably, oof, that's crazy. From here to here is 600 points. And I wouldn't go for that. I would probably go for midpoint of here. It's in the 15 minute. So we'll see. 15 minute just closed above. So that means a 5 minute closed above as well. Long here. Dude, it's a humongous stop. It is. I don't even know if I could take that then. It's way too huge. Require like a 200 point stop. That's insane. Yeah. Pretty crazy. Oh, you guys, we just broke a new stream record. So make sure to hit that like button and subscribe to NinjaTrader. I mean, today, this is a crazy market. Appreciate all the viewers watching me here, trying to hold down the fort. But how many viewers do we have? Wow. 1,900. What? Wow. Okay, well, it's a beautiful day to read price action. Yeah, hit that like button and so that we could get larger reach. So here, yeah, you guys, we just closed above this, took this. Oh man. It's about framing my risk right now. And it's like so difficult. I have to wait until, let's see, this 3-minute. There's a 3-minute FEG. No, not yet. It didn't retrace into it. 2-minute. No. I don't know why. Like it's moving so fast that my historical data is like a little bit messed up there. Okay, but let's go back to the 5. So, all right, I have to put up a different, let's put this one up. Let's go back to yes here. Okay. And hopefully that will work out. Okay. Just fix this for a quick second because it's being annoying. Okay. Just open up a new chart, honestly. ES we didn't hit that yet. Let me see here. Maybe I could do it on this one. Okay, that's better. No, okay. Yeah. 1 second. Let's try to get this back here. My data is weirdly like not loading that great. So let's see here. Okay. I'm honestly kind of weirded out that my data is like this, but okay. Dude, I don't know. Okay. Does anyone else find that weird that my data is like getting these gaps here? Reload historical data. It just keeps doing the same thing. I'm trying to get this. It's just running without me because I didn't have the proper data there, you guys. I don't know. Isn't that crazy? Whatever. Let's see there. Well, we definitely retested this area. I watched that happen, but I don't know why my All right, whatever. Okay. Yeah, my data is missing for like 5 minutes here. Trying to like open up a new NQ chart then. It's still missing there. Yeah, okay. Well. We're like, I don't know why it skips here. Okay. It's fine. There's a 5-minute FEG there anyway. So where's the breaker? It's the high to the low, the high before the low. It's this. I know there's FEGs here. We already created them. I mean, the issue with the RR though, it's pretty tough. See? Yeah. It's not too bad. Okay. I'd have to really just take like 2 micros, you guys, if I enter here to go higher, because my stop would have to be so humongous, and that's just how the ranges are. Okay. Kind of like just mentally preparing to potentially take that. Okay. I'd want to enter, yeah. I'd want to enter here if we retrace back to there. Nice if ES starts actually, also breaking that high. So we don't have any SMTs to argue about. Okay, that's good. So this is the midpoint of the gap? I think so. Oh, this is the high. Okay. This is the high of the gap. Let's see if we go there. This honestly looks pretty good. Let's see now. On the 1 minute. Yeah, we just had this humongous surge up higher. During this retracement, it was really having these technical difficulties. Kind of annoying. Okay. It's fine. What time is it right now? It's 10:11. So we just pumped like 100 points on ES in 2 minutes. Is there any news? Because that's actually insane. We just filled that gap too. To the upside. That's insane, actually. It's kind of insane that I just didn't have the data at that time. Wow, okay. It's fine. Let's see what happened here. 30 in the 3 minute. Yeah, we did retrace. Yeah, we completely filled this. This is obviously like continuing bullishness. Let's start marking out some standard deviations to the other side from the manipulation leg on the 5. This is a negative 100. This is like this is some buy side. I mean, there's so much, there are there's a lot of trend line liquidity there. It is just humongous ranges. Even for during this pullback, you guys, I said, I mean, I just ran out of data, but even during that, it's such a huge stop. You have to be careful. Even these are huge, humongous candles here. Although it's nice little pump up there. Insane. We have like a range of 700 points or more. Oh, we have a 1,000 point range here on NASDAQ today. Insane. See here in the 30-second. Honestly, that's where I went wrong with the data. So yeah, that's crazy. This little gap. It's fine. We are pumping. Insane. Wow. Yeah. So let's look at now this manipulation leg on ES as well. We went from being down 3.5% on the day, or 4.5%. Now we're up 2%. It's insane ranges. Okay. Even if I did buy this, yeah, it is. I mean, it's awesome. It would have worked out probably for like 2R, but you could have, yeah, I would have gone like 2 micros, like we were talking about. But let's see. Let's see what ends up happening here. We're now just, taking out some buy side from into Friday's range. Right now, it's insane. Now we're back we went back to 1,800 right now. Holy crap. $18,000, sorry. We're back at 18,000 in like 10 minutes. Oh man, okay. This is fun. This is a fun day to be witnessing this, at least, at the very least. All right, I'm gonna just watch this because this went to my buy. I mean, it went to my buy side so quickly. I missed that. It's kind of sucks, but whatever. Hopefully other people caught that long. There's more to go. We can get to 18,586. Well, let's see here. Right, we're already here. Wow. This is already pre-market from Friday that we hit. Wow, in a matter of 5 minutes. We didn't hit it yet, but still. Seems like we're in a buy algo. Let's see. We're gonna hit that pre-market high. We probably are. Like we just have these massive gaps. So let's see. Let's go back to the smaller time frame there. We could even hit all the way up there. It's an insane day here. Yeah, you required a large stop here, but clearly it freaking pumped 1,000 points. Insane. Okay. Yeah, we just hit that pre-market, did we? Yes, not yet. How are you guys doing? Let me know. Like, yeah, insane. We hit this sell side, I said we in this monthly level, and we just popped up. Insane. Okay. Yeah, we hit this pre-market high and Q, not yet for ES. I would be out of my longs here, so now I have to just wait. This is the drop from London session into Friday. Okay, this is the Friday gap down. I don't think that I wouldn't go for it all the way up here. It's insane that we just went to 18,300s. We did 1,000 points in like 15 minutes or so. Fun. Fine. In 10 minutes. It's crazy. Okay. Not even, yeah. We did 1,000 points in 7 minutes there. Okay. Like I said, that's a pre-market high. I don't really anticipate ES to hit it. I mean, I wouldn't go long right now, this SMT. This is where I would have taken my position off. I mean, am I looking now for reversal? It's 10:20. It's kind of like not the time to be doing that. Reversal back down. I mean, you have this little FEG to indicate a potential one, but it's a lot of back and forth today. Let me think. We just hit a 4-hour point of interest, right? This 4-hour FEG. So for me to want to go lower, I'd rather see the 5-minute confirm something for me, or something larger, maybe the 3. I mean, smaller is okay, 3, but yeah, so not yet for me to go down reverse. I still don't think that the low is in. That was a really epic move up that we all just witnessed here, and we just hit like a record on the stream. So hit the like button. If I helped you out for reading tape, you know, it's still crazy. It's good to put in this experience, like the screen time. And if you also didn't catch your trade, it's fine. You're putting in your screen time experience. And if you caught an awesome long there, congrats. Pat yourself on the back. Right now, I don't know. It's been a wild morning. Not gonna lie. Yeah, wild morning. We'll have to see. We hit this 4 hour, made an inversion here. We're still dropping. This is on the 1 minute. There's still, BISIs here from where we started, but I really wouldn't even be surprised if we take out everything we just pumped. Like, wouldn't that be crazy? But I think this is a crazy market. It's possible, yeah. But for that, yeah, now that I'm looking at it, if I want to short, then I'd want to short ES. ES is just the weaker sister. So it's a lot of back and forth today. I literally lost data for like 7 minutes. I can't believe it. Okay. It's fine. We still have this FEG order block here. This is the thing that started it. Can potentially, let's see, this is the down close before the move up. Yeah, so is this though. So let's see, ES 1 minute inversion. It's just such a fast market. It's crazy. Okay. See on the 5. On the 5. Interesting. The midpoint of this 5 minute FEG kind of lines up with the completing that gap, the gap down on the ES. And Q's, it's lower. Since that inversion, yeah, we've had another drop of 250 points. I'm gonna see how this 5 minute ends on ES. If we kind of like just break below 50% of that, I might just switch to the 30-second if I have to. We'll see. I'm gonna add the bar timer on here. Okay. We are. Same thing for NQ. This is a crazy market. So you have to now go on these tiny points of interest. Oh my gosh. Every time I go to the 30-second, it messes up my data apparently. Huh. I think that's the issue. Why is that doing that to me? I think that was the issue. Okay. That's frustrating. Let's see here. I'm going to mess it up again. Let's see. Yeah. Anyone have any idea why that's happening to me today? That's so crazy. All right, well, we're back in that 1 minute that caused that whole leg up on NQ. Let's just mark this down from here to here. Don't know. So we'll mark out that leg down. The 5 minute for NQ. Yeah, we're broke down into us below 50%. Okay. So let's go back to the one and we'll just see what ends up happening here. I kind of feel as this is a 50-50 back and forth, but I wouldn't be surprised if we take this low out. Little 2 minute FEG there. Yes, this is like very difficult for me because I just literally, I don't know what ended up happening to my data there. When I moved to the 32nd. Let's go to MES here, honestly. Maybe it's gonna help you better. No, it's also not there for that. Don't know why. We didn't even retrace deeply here for NQ. We retraced just into this 1 minute, broke this order block. Okay. And now we're heading lower again. Also, just watch NQ. So everybody trades anyway. What goes up must go down. Even so, let's say you short here, like where your stop is just humongous. It's just so much back and forth here. Let's see here. Creating, bearish order flow now. Closed below this with a fair value gap, most likely next 17 seconds or so. So let's see. Sorry about that. Remove. Okay. Here to there. This is truly crazy. Mark out that order block and fair value gap, and looks like it's around 50% area. It's here. I'll probably end up trying a short there. All right. Well, I'm trying a short there. We'll see. My stop is here. I just entered short, you guys. Let's see on MNQ. So I'll put MNQ up here. I honestly just want to get to here. Little scalp. But I'll obviously clean it up if I get stopped out, it's fine. I just think we took that pre-market, we barely retraced, we had another order block. If I get stopped out, it's fine, but I do want to try that out. I think we can erase the entire move up. We'll see. And from here to there is like definitely over two, it's like a 2 hour, so we'll see. Already down, so it's probably not even gonna be a good trade. We'll see. What's ES doing? ES took out that high, NQ not yet. It's kind of interesting to me. ES was the weaker one. Pretty wild price action. Let's see this get inverted and then go towards my targets there. Be like a little, it would be like probably like a 1.5 hour or so. Okay, so my stop's definitely here now. I'll take one off there, and then I would probably hold to see if it takes out like pre-market lows and whatever, because I said the low's probably not in, right? So definitely would hold one. I don't want to get rid of it. And I don't even know if I'm right. This could still stop me out. It's just a crazy market. It's a lot of back and forth. So we don't know. We don't know. But I mean, I would go for like that whole pre-market low again. I would go for all the way down there again. Like down here. Totally possible. If we do, we could bring out the money gun for the banger trade, right? Oh my God, I almost got stopped out there by a few. That was insane. Now I'm in profit. And it's crazy. These are 1 minute. This is on the 1 minute chart. I'm up at 182 points. What is this? This is insane. That's what that is. Hit the like button. We're about to hit the first target. I'll put stop break even once we do. I mean, I think it's about to hit it. There we go. First target smashed. Oh my God. That scared me. That scared me. Someone just said woohoo. I don't know if it was my NinjaTrader or what, or was that Anthony? It scared me. Did you guys hear that? I don't know. Okay. So stop break even on the rest. We just took out the complete move up. Like that was where my little TP was. Actually stop's not break even on the rest, sorry. I'm not putting it up that quickly. Okay. Because it inverted this just now and it could come back into here. So I'm putting at the bottom of this. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay. But anyway, stops, and if I get stopped out, I'm be in profit, but I do want to hold the rest. This is an insane move down. This is just insane. Move up, move down, move up, move down again. What comes up must go down, you know? Anyway, let's do some standard deviation. Let's have MNQ and NQ side by side, since I was doing. Now I can just put up the drawing tool here, honestly, it's fine. La, 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 la. Indicators. My little drawing tool. It scared me so much. My computer said woohoo. I don't even know. Drawing tool tile. How many people are watching? Hit the like button. That was insane. So now we inverted. We completely inverted this, you guys. Okay, yeah, my stop's break even now. I don't want us to come back up into this. Well, let me put up the fib. But yeah. Mm. You have this. Yeah, stops break even. Insanity. Let's just watch us melt down now, I suppose. Yeah. So what I wanted to do was take this entire, yeah, leg. Now let's see where. I mean, that would be insane if we actually get to -1 of that. What's negative 0.5? Take a screenshot of my, feel free to take a screenshot of my whatever. Fib. Oh, that's actually sick. That's actually good. Look at that. All right. You know, like in The Office where he's like, remain calm, everybody? That's how I feel like. Except he's screaming, right? He's like, remain calm, everybody remain calm. Okay, well, this is the leg. Okay. Yeah, I'd probably go for the 700. I think that's a nice level, actually. It's a nice psychological level then. What's the procedure? What's the procedure? I'm up 200 points on NQ in like a few minutes. It's insane. Yeah, because I was down 100 points in 2 minutes. Almost took my stop. Didn't take it. Insane day. So took that first target. Stops break even on the rest. But if we do, you know, if we nail this, I'll be sick. I mean, I'm still bearish. Like I said, we that SMT at the highs of ES not taking out that pre-market high. First clue and then second clue, this little inversion. I wonder how many people banked on that. But again, it's an insane stop if you do that too. I mean, I had an insane stop, I'm sure, but this is still smaller than that, but it doesn't matter. The point is keeping my risk mitigated. I mean, I'm up. I just took 2 micros, right? And I locked in $500. I have about 400. Yeah, I locked in. Yeah, and I locked in 485, and I've unrealized 540 on 2 micros. So I have like a running P&L of over 1,000. It's like 1,100 right now. And this is points. This is not dollars. Like this is crazy on NQ. I'm up 300 points. If we hit my level, we're bringing out the money gun, by the way. If we hit the second level. which I think, honestly, it's totally likely. That's why I'm still holding the trade, right? My stop's at break even. I think it's fine if we completely inverted this and this, and this is like, this is around 50% of this, and it's above 50% of this leg down. So, and we've been so weak. So, I mean, we'll see how it ends up happening. I'm okay with whatever happens, right? Because my running P&L, it's like it's still worth how much I'm going for dynamically. So it's like, oh yeah, my P&L's at break even, but I'm going for much more from that. So it's still dynamically good. If I was just holding for like down here, then it would be a different story. Okay, well, you can go to the 2-minute now. It's probably cleaner. Yeah, there's a little 2-minute FEG here. Plus, like, we're just retesting this inversion right now. It would be insane if we go lower. I mean, but it's totally possible and probable, honestly. That's why I'm still holding. I mean, it's just insane. Our range today is from 16,600s to 18,300s. No matter what, I'm happy with this trade. I'm cutting out alive and profit in a day like this. This is crazy. So we're tracing into 50% of this leg. Not yet, actually, even. But it's probably retracing into the 2-minute. Yeah. That's the 2-minute FEG there. I would like it to continue lower now. I don't want it to stay in this area too long, or else I'm probably gonna stop out, but it's fine either way. This is like the original 5-minute breaker. So that it could totally stop me at break even, because this is like the original area I had on the 5 where we wanted to wait. So it's potential. But like I said, we already took out that buy side. So I'm not really so keen on getting in longs now, especially those lows. There's no SMT at the lows. We have SMT at the highs. So I'd rather go for the downside and just hold my position here. So let's see. Stop should be, I like where my stop is too at break even. It's like around 62% in this. But like I said, it shouldn't hang around here too long. Okay, I just got stopped out of the rest break even. So locked in $500 on 1 micro. I mean, it's crazy. Let's see. I'm still bearish too. So we'll see if this high, does it get taken out or does it remain intact? If it remains intact, I can still re-enter later. Let me see. Snap mode. Nice. I'll watch ES at the same time. Insanity, insanity. Okay. You can blink and NQ moves 100 points. The question is, where would I re-enter and how would I re-enter if I have to re-enter? And the answer to that was probably going to be 2-minute inversion. So we'll see. And trace deeply. I mean, that has been what's happening. Yes. Definitely a wild market. See the third. Nope, don't do that. Okay. Feels like we're like now it is going a little slower. We're running out of juice in a way. We'll see. Yeah, ES, SMT there. Retracement. Yeah. Oh, we'll see here. Yeah, it stopped around break even around here in this candle. You have above this high is a 5-minute BPR. So right now in the 2-minute, we are holding that up for now. We could come back up to here before going lower on the 5. This. Or we could just start dropping soon. We'll see. It's a crazy market. We're down 1% now, right? Down 0.5% on NASDAQ, down 1% on ES. Sheesh. All right. Let's go back to the 2. You had that inversion, then this BPR essentially it's being respected. So we'll see if this gets taken out here into this 5-minute BPR into, let's see, 50%. Well, it depends on how this gets taken out, yeah. And then we'll look at the FEGs created before that. If there's an inversion there, then I'd take it. So far, I'm happy with my trade management. Very quick to enter, took my profit, stop break even, that's it. So let's see here. Crazy day. You know, and that's also an SMT that we've made with ES there. I mean, well, we still have to see if it's going to hold it or not. It's definitely not looking great. Like, and these retracements are just insane. So doesn't look like this is going to hold. Now this is like a liquidity level after taking this liquidity. That's why I put stop break even on the rest. So it was 5 minute. The thing about that is though, you know, we did come back into this 5 minute breaker. And it was was that a quick reaction? Pretty quick, right? It wicked it. This area in this FEG. But we didn't really reverse quickly. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Again, I'm gonna demand 2 minute inversion or something. Yeah. It's a downside to enter. Or something of the like. Just need some sort of confirmation and good risk reward. Otherwise, it's very difficult. So let's see. Now you have this breaking this little high, swing high that it made with an order block. So theoretically, if this is bullish, this should hold up. But like I said, I'd be looking to re-enter shorts. So that's why I'm kind of monitoring to see if it ends up failing or not. And we'll see the reaction to this high. Do you want to see the reaction to this high? Now let's see if we're gonna wick into this area, or are we gonna have a displacement? I guess a 2 minutes better here in that regard. Yeah, all you have here is a couple of 2 minute FEGs. So far it's displacing. Let's see. What time is it? It's 10:55, so 10:50 macro. Well, this is the 1 minute FEG that took this high. So I'm watching the reaction here like a hawk right now. It closed above. But the 2 minute and the 5 we closed above into this BPR area. It's very looking, yeah, I'm gonna watch that zone that I have marked out here. If we hold up, then it's likely we come up all the way back up to new high of day. It would be insane, but everything's scalable. If we break through it, then the short idea is still alive, I think. Okay, here it is. Just tapped into it. See how this candle goes. A little bar timer. Put bar timer, it'll tell me how many seconds left. 14 seconds left until this candle closes. If it inverts it, We'll see. I might be willing to short, but otherwise won't. No, it's not inverting it, it's holding it up. So we could get more upside. Let's see. Let's go back to, you know what? Yeah. I'm just waiting here now. I'm just waiting here for more price action. I'm not going to the 30-second because we saw what happened there. Just gonna mark out this swing high then, this one. So then if we break this swing high, you know, it's following bullish order flow then pretty nicely. If it inverts this, then it's a different story. It's not doing either right now. So let's wait and see. Could be just, you know, market put in so much volatility here. It could be just crushing people. One of IV crush options. Just thinking about that. But it is 11, it's a 10:58, so like 10:50 to 11:10 macro. I'm kind of just waiting to see which side is going to get respected more. We retraced the 50% of this leg down. We completely took out this leg up. I think it's still bearish. I'm kind of just waiting for a confirmation somewhere, breaking low here, invert this. If I'm wrong, then that's fine as well. Then I'll stay safe, but I'm still looking for another short. So let's see if we break this low, invert this. It would be pretty good if it does. If it doesn't, then I'm good. And I'm safe. I still made money on this short here, crazy short. Completely took out the entire move. We'll see, we're kind of gyrating back and forth here. I'm waiting for that confirmation. You know what they say, small candles precede large ones, so small body candle, so I'm waiting kind of for like a large one to the downside soon. Just wicked this. It really is back and forth right now. It's kind of crazy. Okay, we held the fort down. I'm happy, honestly, so far, one win today. Held the fort down. We'll see here. 4 tiny body candles in a row here. We are creeping back higher again. Kind of rejecting again. I'm still waiting. Like, I'm happy I never entered this. I needed an inversion for me to enter. So far it's just like bounced on this 1 minute order block, you know. If we take out this high, it's showing more bullishness. If we're bearish, we shouldn't really do that. So what does a 5 look like there? Struggling. there's still, yeah, there's still a few minutes left in that 5 as well. Let's see, you guys. It's a crazy market. We're going a bit longer, extending. I'm going to stay on here until 11:30 today. Indicators, bar timer, add. Oh. We're still watching. This is a 5-minute BPR, I think I marked out, right? It's funny, ES is taking out this little high, but it's, again, very lethargic right now. Feels as if we're sort of drying up a bit there, you know? Makes sense because we're going to 11. So we broke this high. Let's see. This 5-minute has 1 minute and 40 seconds left. Right now, you know, it had the displacement to the upside and it did respect this. So we'll see how it goes if it closes above the previous 5-minute high. And if it closes above 50% of this, I mean, we're probably heading higher. 50% is 17,793, 794. Of this FEG is humongous little one. So I'm kind of watching that now. I'm not drawing that, I'm sorry. Okay. This. And then watching this. I'm still, yeah, I'm not going into the longs here. It's definitely not convincing me to go long. Sorry. Pretty lethargic, you know? I don't know. Still closed like this 5-minute. There's 15 seconds left and we did close below 50% of that FEG. We're just retracing right now in this. I don't need this anymore, so let me just remove that. Yeah, retracing into 50 to 50% of the leg. Honestly, yeah, I wouldn't enter if we close below this because just looking at this leg, I would enter if we close below this leg and create like a 1-minute market structure shift in this inversion. I'd like that better, although this could probably work. Let's see this. I kind of just want extra confirmation there. Let's see. From here to here, because yeah, this is closing. FEG is above 50%, so I don't care about it that much, I guess. Anyway, we'll find out soon. If we get some speed to the downside now. We have a 5-minute FEG that it did tap into here, right? That's why I kind of like that. Yeah, I'll wait for that for the shorts. Actually, I can go back and forth. That's pretty tricky here. This 2-minute inverted dot. Is that an FEG? No. So let's go back to the 1. Yeah, so I'd like to see a break of this low. And then, yeah, depending on how this breaks this, then I'd put up the fib and then enter short again. We didn't even retest this little inversion yet. We'll see if we break this low. It would be ideal if we close below this too, this little inversion. Okay, we did. Let's draw this out. Okay. Close below this. The thing is, if I short here, this is like way too big of a stop. I mean, but let's see. Actually, it's not too, I can take 1 micro, but it's likely it will retrace a little bit. It likely is going to retrace to here. See, we have a breaker here too. We have a breaker in FEG here on the 1. Yeah. We'll see how this closes in 6 seconds. And the 2, it's coming back into here. The 5 is probably going to invert soon. We'll see. There's 1 minute and 50 seconds left. This could be a breakaway gap. Waiting until this 5-minute candle closes. And also we didn't retrace this 5-minute candle. Let's see if we invert this. It'll be actually excellent if we do. It's unlikely we do, but it'd be excellent if we do. And I might just enter 1 micro there. We'll see. It's literally just how the game is going today. Sometimes you're getting deep retracement, sometimes you're getting none. It's just about waiting. No, we didn't invert it yet. On the 5. Not yet. So it's probably, it might just retrace. So I'm going to continue just putting the fib up to this leg. See where 50% is. And this is also the breaker here. I mean, we literally have that here, just decent. It's pretty decent there. Right, we have a breaker and a fair value gap right there. $606. Okay. I'm probably gonna end up entering if it retraces and gives it to me here. Pretty much just risking my profits anyway. What time is it? 11:10, 11:12. Okay. I'm waiting for this retracement. So we'll see. My stop would be above the breaker. I mean, yeah, that's pretty good. I would go for, like I said, we have a lot more down to go. If we're going down. So even if I get stopped out of this, I would have profit for the day. So let's see. Okay, retraced. I got filled. So far, it's a pretty good fill. It's wicking. I'm up like whatever. It's a small. That can change in the next minute, though. Let's be real. It could retrace up to here. I might stop above this breaker, basically, then this FEG. We retraced this already. So if we end up just like completely exploding up, that's fine too. And I would like to see another break of this low. And I'd probably be trailing. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, because this is one R here. So that was a beautiful fill there. So again, I would be going for here, 700. That would be a 6R and pretty epic here if I get it. But we'll find out. But so I think safe to say stops break even there, but that was a pretty epic fill. I'm up 300 points in 1 minute. Hit the like button. That's kind of epic, I think. What the heck? So let me continue watching this though, because I want 700, right? I want 16,700. That's insane, actually. If I get 16,700, it's an 800 point move. Oh my God, that'd be kind of crazy. Anyway, there is something where I'm like debating, do I start pyramiding in? Because there's more to go. And the answer is if we retrace before hitting this, I will add a position. But if we hit this before, then no. And it seems like we're just free falling. I think that was the snipe of the year for me, I think. 400 points in 2 minutes. That's kind of crazy. That's why I put my limit sell there, you guys. That was insane. That was just a unicorn. That's the beauty of the unicorn. The breaker and fair value gap combo there. So we just took out that sell side. So I would not be adding, because we could just come up, and if it wants to be like lunchtime seek and destroy, can be. So but I'm still holding for this. And I need to think about trailing my stop. I mean, it's insane. We just moved 3 points. It is crazy. So I wouldn't want it to come back 2, we're 3 PD arrays, right? So 1, this is now another breaker. 2, this is such a huge FEG. So my stop's going to be in profit here. Yeah. It would be kind of dumb if it's an insane market, but like we saw 2 bars go down there. You could definitely see them just seek and destroy me out of here. So we'll see. It hit the first liquidity target. My stop is in profit now. In 70-point profit. It's fine. It's like in slight profit now. But here we are. It's rejecting this 1 minute. Let's see on the FEG here. Yeah, so let's watch if this is a market maker sell model down to here, right? It certainly looks like one. This is like this. Actually, this is the silver bullet. Oh, no, actually, I entered literally at the silver bullet, I would say. Yeah. Of the market maker sell model. Oops, no, I don't mean to do that, but I want to draw this little FEG. I mean, this could actually be silver bullet too. Let me think. This is the SMR. This is first distribution. We caught that. Retracement. This is a second distribution. Yeah. And this could be if it goes, yeah, if it does end up going to this target, I'm kind of just going to be watching these lows here. If we come back and like wick again, it would be sus. Honestly, I think we're going to go for here because we already tapped this 5-minute unicorn that I talked about. And I said, I'm not going long on this because we hit buy side already and I'm still bearish and we have the SMT, right? So that's why I wanted short still. I did. And the fact of the matter is we're coming again in this area. That's not a good thing for the bulls. If it was going to be good, it should have already, yeah. So we already took this low. It's likely this is not going to hold up. We'll see. We're holding. So let's see on this fib. Did we retrace 50% from here to here? Yeah, we did. And we're rejecting. So it's looking like likely more downside. Yeah. It's rejecting. 50%. This FEG is humongous one is holding up. I mean, my stop's basically at the bottom of that FEG. It's tempting for me to add again. I just don't know where my new average would be. It is tempting though. Sell. Let me see, what would that look like? Yeah. Like I said, I would have added if we didn't take this yet. If we retraced before taking this. So I'm gonna stick to what I said, my plan there. In the worst case scenario is I get stopped out 80 points in profit. It's fine. The best case scenario is I get an insane, I don't even know what is that. 900 points. That would be kind of crazy, yeah. You know where I entered though? So let me see that first TP. What kind of RR was that? I wasn't even looking at it, honestly. Was that a 2R? It was a 2.4R. Okay. So I don't love this. We'll see, actually. We'll see this little retracement here. See how it goes. It's kind of is 50-50, but I'd rather hold for the banger. The worst thing that happens is I get stopped out in profit. Best thing that happens, I get a banger. But again, I'm watching to see how these lows react. If we just if we wick this again, it'll be weird. I wouldn't love it. I would probably end up closing for 2.5R. I don't even know how many people are watching. Let's see. Crazy. Let's see. Hit the like button. Wow. 1640 people still watching. 11:20. Fun. So let's see how this goes. I mean, I do think because we're just bearish, I'm holding this. Yeah, I'm simply gonna hold this. I'm not gonna be too yeah, I'm not gonna be too strict with this. I got the perfect entry. I'm in profit, so let's hold it. Maybe NinjaTrader will let me stay on for as long as my trade takes. What do you guys think? Vote in the chat. Tanya, stay on for until the trade's over. So it's a good thing that there's basically no bullish FEGs to the upside. I'm watching this. We're just watching swing highs and swing lows at this point, seeing if which order flow is getting respected. You know, these swing lows are getting violated and leaving bearish FEGs. There's no bullish ones, so there's no point of me thinking it might get retraced. I have this swing high now labeled as well to monitor, but again, I'd probably get stopped out if that actually happens. Vote in the chat whether I should stay, because for the whole trade, I think we should. We'll keep it running. Give the people what they want. Someone said take profits. You guys are backseat drivers. This is 2.5 hour, like around here. I'm watching this. Listen, if it does wick here again, then maybe I will take profit. I would love it to just, you know, collapse. Like this was a crazy dump here. So let's see another one. Let's see another one. Are you not entertained? Let's see. Drop it. Don't be shy. Come on, Nasdaq, don't be shy. You never were. 22 seconds left in this candle. It's looking good. Remember when I was like debating adding? That would have worked out. Most likely, we'll see. We still have to see here. ES kind of floating about. It's not looking bad at all. Yeah, it's looking good. It's crazy. I'm up 360 points in NASDAQ. That's just the range we're working with today. It's just super insane. You know, I'm up. Oh my gosh! I don't look at your P&L if you're. Don't look at your P&L. I just opened it up and I'm like, what? I'm up $700 on this trade so far. Let's see. Just on one micro is insane. Let's see if we end up getting here to 6700s. Oh wow. What was I marking out here? Here to here? There's a lot of like little confluences here now. Yeah, kind of like it. This is the leg that completely took out. Sorry. This is the leg. Oh, where did my negative 50% go? Oh, we're about to see if we're gonna dump again. What do you guys think? Are we gonna dump through this low? Are we gonna wick it? Put your thoughts in the chat. TBH, yeah, well, there's 700 on this. You guys, the chat got what they wanted. We're staying until this trade is over. Let's see. Don't be shy in queue. Don't be shy. Yeah, this. Oh, that's what I was looking at also, the manipulation leg. This is we're talking, we're in a trade, we're waiting. Or I'm also waiting, looking at ES to see if there's any SMTs. Anyway, I start drawing out a bunch of little fibs to see if anything lines up, I like the 700 level. It's funny how slow this is, It's making FAS, if you know what that is. Fake ass support. So if there's like a retracement, and I'm not gonna worry about it. My stop is where it is. If there is a little retracement, but could even wick this, I'm not gonna get stopped out. We'll see. I prefer it to kind of stop here and then drop. It would be obviously nicer, easier hold than if it retraces deep, but we'll see. But it's making FAS. Oh, on my channel, we call it fake ass support. It kind of just hangs around, with these lows. Previous resistance, no support. Yeah, we'll see. Or I could eat my words and get stopped out in profit. We'll find out. Point is, it's not taking this out yet. I'm still in the trade. I like it. Could be very juicy. I'd like to start seeing us break with displacements. It would be awesome to see another candle like this to the downside soon. What time is it? It's 11:29. Kind of interesting. ES didn't even take that low yet. If ES takes it and like in the next minute after NQ does not, like I give it like a minute. The ES didn't take it yet, by the way. But if it does, I'm just saying the different scenarios. That's where I would probably take my profit off the table. Know what I'm saying? But if they both don't, it's fine. It's making FAS. It's 11:30. So interesting. We really did dry up a bit. We're tracing again. So all I have to do, is sit back and wait. I'm not gonna get bothered. So keep the mouse like this. Hodl. I'm hodling. Let's look at any other time frames to see if there are any bearish FEGs on a higher. Not really, so let's just wait. No, it's just coming back into this bearish order blocks. We'll see. It didn't even break it with displacement. So like I said, it could take out that little high here with a wick. It'd be fine. I'd be still in the trade. Let's see. It does look like we're probably going to end up getting a bigger retracement here. I don't know. Doesn't really matter either way. Whatever happens, happens at this point. Let me just make sure my stop's good. Breaker, FEG. It needs to be like a tiny bit above it. There. I like that better. Where do 3P areas fail? It'd be like, well, it'd be like breaker, true, swing high, and FEG. So that's why I put the whatever it is, the complete top of it. Could probably put it here or something, but like I said, I think it's possible. We always have those SMTs and it could wick it. I don't really love having to hold through a retracement, but you got to do what you got to do, especially if I think that my draw is correct on the downside. Yeah, let's see if this FAS gets broken soon, or if we retrace and then it gets broken. Doesn't matter. I know there's people that are really like, take profit, take profit. No. I just feel as though I have the correct draw on liquidity, lower. So, yeah. I'd rather hold for a 6R than take the 2.5R. It's still good. Everything's good. We're just being a little lethargic here. Yeah, it would be inversion here too, actually. Inversion is this. So I have my stop above that, so I'm fine. And my dynamically, my stop RR is still good. Where my stop and my TP is. Otherwise, if my TP was just like this or this, then yeah, I'd take it off the table. Then it's not worth it, but crazy day so far. There it is, retracing more. That's not what I meant to do. Let me just sit back. Let it do what it needs to do. Even this like little retracement up, there's no bullishness. And I'm completely emotionless no matter what happens here. Basically, it could wick that high, but it shouldn't break it with an FEG. Then I'd probably be like, on the way out. So far, it's just creeping slowly back up there and making a lower high at the moment. So I wait. All right, let's see this reaction here. If we make a FEG, then I'd be on the way out. Let's see. It's wicking it at the moment. 37 seconds left. The reason why I didn't put my stop at that swing high is because that's a liquidity level. It's a swing high with a FEG above, so like that hasn't completely filled it. So that's why I didn't put it there. And we didn't break a low again with another FEG, with another displacement. So that's why I didn't trail to that high. So anyway, we wicked it. So I'm just waiting to see what happens here. We're gonna reverse lower. That's basically what I'm thinking we will be doing, since I'm still holding this trade, right? I think around here is a good area. It's making another swing high. It would be good, yeah, it would be good if we start seeing more downside. If it kind of just starts, it would be kind of annoying if it has no more bearish FEGs to downside. If it just kind of consolidates. But like I said, I'm gonna hold through it since I think draws lower. So now I put this up to the swing high. We'll see if same thing. We'll monitor this. It could potentially drive again through it, wick through it again. That's a third drive then into this area 1, 2, 3. Or, you know, it could completely push through and stop me out. I'm fine with either one, like I said. Let's see. This candle will let us know. This candle will let us know. And the next one as well. So far, it's closing above. Let's see, 18 seconds left. So huge retracement there. Oh, You guys, I got stopped in profit. There's no more downside. Maybe, that was a clue. 2.5 R in 2 minutes. Just take it. It's a crazy market. Let's see here. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see. So, I mean, I don't expect too much more action for the rest of the day then. I'm going to cancel this order here. I think we could just have some back and forth. I wanted more downside. We could have back and forth now action. I think that we've had 2 crazy ranges, and now it would make sense if we just start consolidating more if we're not going to have more further expansion to the downside.
Tanya, that was awesome.
Hey Jim, yeah, I sniped it. I mean, whatever. We're green today. I'm a perfectionist, but we're pretty very, very green today. 2 wins today on a crazy market like today. I'm happy.
Yeah, for sure. Totally crazy market. Very good. Thank you for spending extra time with us today as well. That was great to watch.
You have to give the chat what they want here. And yeah, that's it. I mean, crazy day. It's like that, yeah. So
All right.
yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see what the coming days are going to be like if today is a Monday and that was our action. So we'll find out.
All right. Well, the timing is perfect. We're gonna hop right into in about a minute here, the hot commodities section with Shy Girl. So Shy's gonna pop in. We're gonna talk about some of the commodity markets, which are equally as exciting today.
All right.
Yeah. So in any event, thanks again. I'm gonna grab the screen if I can.
Thank you.
All right. And whenever Shy's ready, I think I am ready also. We talked about the markets we're going to look at on the hot commodities segment. So while we're waiting, in the meantime, we'll just kind of take a peek. I did want to, oh, here she is. Perfect timing.
Hey there. Hey, Jim. How you
How
doing?
are you?
Look, wild day, right?
Oh my gosh. Every single market is just like going crazy.
Yeah, well, we had that rumor that said Hassett said Trump is considering a 90-day halt, which turned out to be untrue. The White House denied it. So then the markets proceeded to come back down. So it was a good tell to see that markets definitely are not into these tariffs, and any good news on tariffs obviously is welcomed by the markets, and rumors of the denial rumors certainly didn't help. So we'll start with crude oil because we had some wild swings. I mean, we were up above $63. We were, almost $64 at one point this morning, and then it gave it all back, and we are back negative on the day. So I think obviously this market has a lot going on with it, with the OPEC situation, them adding 411,000 barrels. And I kind of wanted to touch on this because we didn't talk about this before, but Kazakhstan is overproducing, or was overproducing, by 700,000 barrels a day. Now, supposedly, this month, that isn't going to happen. They're going to pull back on that production going forward, they say. I'll just say that. So even if OPEC did add 411,000 barrels, if Kazakhstan does really pull those 700,000 barrels off the market, then essentially production levels would be lower than they are currently, if that makes sense at all. But we have the OPEC situation going on. Obviously, any relief on tariffs makes the economy look brighter, and we won't have a slowdown in a global recession, and demand will remain firm is kind of the key on that. And then obviously the rumor that it was just or the confirmation that this was just a rumor kicked everything back down again. So what are the charts looking like to you?
Well, so on a daily chart, we had, like you pointed out, we had a really decent, another huge candle, but the body of the candle is pretty small. So ordinarily, I would say that that's reflecting maybe market price happiness, but what you just described is probably reflecting price uncertainty, right? Just market uncertainty, what's going on. We're still at that $60 handle. We're not in the 59s anymore, but we wick through it pretty low. And then when you drill into a shorter time frame chart here, there's some meaningful gamma levels. We had this big spike up, and if you recall the daily candle, it shows that reveals itself as a wick. And now we're kind of back down to that point of control. We're trying to get off of that right now. The point of control is at 60 spot 40, and the most important gamma level right now is at 62 even. So the value area is relatively tight as well. So it'll take a little bit of effort to get up to that JAX 1 level just from a technical point of view, with the point of control being so dominant right now. And RSI on an intraday is really not a factor.
And then let's move over to the silver market. Now it is down from the highs this morning, but it's still hanging in there, after last night at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock. We had that big spike up, like out of the blue. It was like $2.50. And then it again has kind of been chopping out all day long since then, but in a wide range. Again, I still like this market, even if we do have a slowdown in the economy. The actual supply deficit that we have is huge. So, we're still up 2.38% today, even though we were up over, almost 4% earlier, but it's still hanging in there. What do you think what are you thinking on the chart?
Well, from a chart pattern point of view, I mean, if we had to give an award to like the lunatic chart of the day award, I think silver would get it. I mean, we had a really nice orderly. Let's start from let's start back here from the beginning of the calendar year. Relatively orderly rally up all the way up to, $35 handle. And then within 2 days, we broke all the way back down. 2 days, we give it all the way back. We got all the way back down to the beginning of the year. And then today, so that held a support. Double bottom held a support so far. Even though we wick through it, the body of the candle's still in it. So it's interesting to me that we have a body of a candle between old area support and older area support, and we're just kind of hovering right there. But we're a long way from retracing back up. The moving averages are crossing, fastest crossing under the slow pretty quickly here. But it does seem like we finally found some buyers here at least for the last couple of days.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think the last 2 trading days when everything, precious metals, like everything gave it up, kind of was a more the sell what you have to, particularly on Friday. So we might see buyers come back in here at these, certainly at these price levels. It makes it very attractive. Let's move on to Bitcoin. We've been watching this one. That one also wild day. And, this thing moves, right? We had a low of like 74 and hit all the way back up to, let's call it 81.5. So big moves in Bitcoin, like as usual. But what do you think about the charts here?
Yeah, so I mean, this doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. But the only good news is every time we get to this bottom rectangle here, 1, 2, 3, 4 times, we did find buyers kind of push us back up. And the top of that rectangle is approximately, you could round it up to 79,000. But we do have that gap. a baby candle right now. It's just the body of the candle is really small. We have this exploratory wick down here at the bottom, which is worrisome. And the moving averages, we haven't seen a cross since, well, really way up here back in February 5th. But everything's kind of moving downward from a moving average point of view as well. RSI is at 39, spot 61. So we're a little bit above that oversold area as well. But right now, I really think in order to get any more traction up here, we have to start getting candles closing into this middle rectangle right here. And right now, this market just seems like, hey, if we're taking cash off the table because we're a little risk off, we're going to take some cash out of this market also.
Yeah, I think so too. And especially again, because there's so many ETFs now with Bitcoin in it. Before it wasn't really subject to the market as much because we didn't have those ETFs and those kind of market participants in it, retail market participants in it. Let's move on to gold because that's another wild move. I mean, we're almost back to the lows, like when it opened, because it opened gap down, not contract gap, but just a RTH, ETH gap. But that is definitely not holding up as well as the silver market. Again, we're back negative, and we're, not too far off the lows from the open on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean this daily chart's telling me a lot of stuff. I mean, we'll start out with RSI. RSI at 46.46. That doesn't really help us. So I drew a trend line from this peak low here on February 28th, and my touch point was March 11th, and I just kind of extended it up. And, I drew this line a long time ago, and I really didn't think we'd ever get to it, but we did. We wicked to it today. We haven't closed below it yet. And it's suspiciously just right above this old area of resistance, which was approximately, you could round it up, but I'm going to call it 2970. And so that rectangle, I just kind of extended over because, resistance becomes support so many times. The other thing about this daily, and then I'll show you an intraday in a second, this is kind of a nice retracement down. Let me make sure I have this. Yeah. So I tagged the bottom of the retracement from this peak low, not this peak low, only because we kind of went sideways for so long. So I did it from here to the top. And right now we're tracking just south of that 61.8%. And a lot of times that's kind of the line in the sand between buyers in charge and sellers in charge. Now, if I do bring the bottom of the fib down to that other candle, this kind of low candle here, the first one on the 28th, then we're right at that 61.8%. So I think with these three things right here, it's an interesting formation, right? It's an interesting setup either way. I don't know if I have an opinion from a big picture point of view. If we just kind of drill into there's a lot of lines on this chart, Tracy. This is a 10-minute gold chart. So interestingly enough, still we have this is a pretty nice orderly sell-off after the opening range. The initial balance low is 30.18. And we went all the way down to this put support level here. Again, that's the 3,000 level. It's an even number. It makes sense. And it's a one-day min as well at Menthor Q. So we're at it right now, but just every single candle, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, and you could say the same about a lot of the lower lows as well. So this is looking like it considered that Jack's number at 3050 and decided to do a whole paradigm shift down to 3,000, and we're still making new lows. And then the last thing on this chart is I'm going to go ahead and put a rectangle up here really quickly here just to kind of highlight the overnight lows and where we're at in relationship to these icicle wicks that we have down here that happened, late last night. And we're getting close to that as well. So right now I'm a little bit, needless to say, bearish here.
I think you need to find buyers here. What's amazing to me is this from the Sunday night low to, the high. I mean, that's like $100 move. That's insane for gold. So interesting times in this metals market, which you would think is fairly insulated from tariffs as kind of a, I would run to gold if my portfolio is bleeding out. So again, I think a lot of this has to do with sell what you have to if you're going to get a margin call. And I'm sure those banks that got a margin call are probably selling some of their hard assets to cover those calls. Let's move on to live cattle, just because I thought the chart, we've talked about this one before, and I thought this was interesting because of how far, I think last time we talked about it, it was $209. And we're back down to 195. That's a big move for the cattle market, believe it or not. And I think overall, one, we do have seasonal softness right now. We do have just futures market volatility in general right now. And, I think that worries about a recession, means that they're worried about consumer consumption because it is expensive. But we still have, the U.S. herd right now is still the smallest since the 1950s. So I feel like this market is limited on its downside, fundamentally speaking. But what are you seeing in the chart?
Yeah, I mean, continuation selling from Friday. This candle right, it almost looks like the Bitcoin candle today, where we have these big wicks on top and big wicks on bottom, and a very small body of a candle right here. And it's just continuation selling. The moving averages are violently turned around over the last couple of days here, with the ADMA about to cross under the 21. RSI is also went from almost a 70 state down to almost a 30 state in a small amount of time as well. So there's some definite, there's strong selling right here. I would go ahead and add a rectangle though, and just say, all right, let's see, where could this thing go? I'm going to throw my wet rectangle out there from these lows that we saw back at
I love the
beginning
rectangle.
of March. Yeah. So in the fib retracement is just, it's out of order. It's in contempt of court right now. We're closing below that 61.8%. And Tracy, this is definitely in a bearish disposition as we speak.
Well, not bad news for consumers. Again, I'm just worried about how long this is, how long this downside is gonna hold, but we'll find out, right? We'll keep watching it.
Yeah, and today's a great. I just wanted to ask you a real quick question before we go. Today we saw just wild price movement on, like, as far as I could tell, one rumor
Everything.
that somebody picked up. Did you see that? I mean, and now
Yep.
it's back to normal, and so you got to be really careful here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, these markets are, keep your powder dry, keep it tight, and be careful because, any kind of rumor is going to move this market. If it's positive about tariffs, always check sources, and don't believe every tweet that you see out there on X or X post on X.
Yeah, that's great advice, Tracy. Thank you for that. Appreciate everybody watching us this morning. It was Tanja was on fire. It was a great lineup today as usual, and we're going to be back at 2:30 with the Order Flow Labs guys trading live again. So get some lunch, get some rest, and we'll see you in a little while.